Hello again, friends. And you are my friends, and welcome back to another special edition of the 605 Superpodcast, the Mothership! This being our annual look at the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame, the 2020 class of the Hall of Fame. And there's a lot here, a lot of really good, insightful, and interesting discussions. Certainly a lot to learn from, a lot you may agree with, a lot you may disagree with. But this is what it's all about, the conversation around the Hall of Fame and the candidates who got in, the candidates who didn't get in, and the overall process of the Hall of Fame. Before we go any further, we should make a couple announcements here. Of course, the 2020 class of the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame was comprised of, from the Japanese wrestling candidates, Jun Akiyama and Kenny Omega. From the Mexican wrestling candidates, Karloff Lagarde and Medico Assassino. And as a historical inductee, Dan Kolov. That was the 2020 class of the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame. During this special, you'll hear many of our guests reveal their ballots, talk about their picks. So here at the top of the show, let me reveal my ballot. I voted for, from the historical performer era candidates, Ole Anderson, Bob Armstrong, Wild Bull Curry, Sputnik Monroe, Pampero Firpo, and Johnny Rougeau. And from the modern performers in US and Canada candidates, I voted for the Junkyard Dog, Sergeant Slaughter, Bill Goldberg, and Rick and Scott Steiner. I abstained from voting in the categories of Japan candidates, Mexico candidates, and wrestling in Europe, Australia, Pacific Islands, Caribbean, and Africa candidates. And for non-wrestlers, I voted for Morris Siegel, Bob Caudle, Don Owen, and the Grand Wizard, Ernie Roth. Like I said, you'll hear everyone else's ballots here. You'll hear a lot of discussions about it. This is part one of the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame special. Part two, if you're listening to this as the show comes out, will be out tomorrow. Or if you're listening to this at some other point, they're both out. Go download them right now, 605pod.com or wherever you find your favorite podcast. On part two, you'll hear from Roy Lucier, Fredo Esparza, Greg Oliver, Bertrand Hebert, John Boucher, Brian Solomon, and the very popular Alan Blackstock. That'll be on part two, out tomorrow. One other note, obviously with these panel discussions, there's a lot of moving parts. In many cases, there are people from all over the world on the line with each other. Not everyone has the same audio setup, so the audio may not be perfect. I want to apologize in advance if anyone's a little muddy, if there's any noises or clicks, whatever it may be. But obviously for something like this, the audio isn't perfect. But I think everyone will really enjoy the conversations. Everyone will really enjoy the guests. And let's kick it off right now with the first panel discussion for part one. Kurt Brown, Mike Sempervive, and Fumi Saito. For this segment in our look at the 2020 class of the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame, I'm very happy to have with us for this panel discussion three very popular guests on the 605 Super Podcast. First, a man you may know from Wrestling Observer Live, or potentially from the Mid-Atlantic Championship Podcast right here on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mike Sempervive. Mike, thanks for being with us again.
Hey, thank you very much for having me. Great to be here as always.
And of course, one of the most popular people ever on the show, one of the wackiest people. We have some of the wackiest conversations when he's on the show. You know him as many different names, from Jimmy Cyclone to Vandal Drummond. It is Kurt Brown. Kurt, thanks for being here.
Catchy action, man. Catchy action. Great to be here.
And all the way from Tokyo, Japan, so many people love our series where we look at the history of Japanese wrestling. He's a reporter. He's a journalist, he's an author, he's a historian. Welcome back to the show, Fumi Saito. Fumi, thanks for being here.
Hello from Tokyo. Thank you very much for inviting me over.
Well, before we go any further, let's talk a little bit about this year's ballots, what you guys thought, what you guys voted for, I guess we should say here at the top. Kurt, let me go to you first. Who was on your ballot this year?
Okay, so in the historical performers era, I have 4 picks, none of which got in. Wild Bull Curry, Pampero Firpo, Black Gordman and Great Goliath, and Sputnik Monroe. And just disappointed that there wasn't more traction for these guys, but que sera, sera. I am glad that Gordon and Goliath are on the ballot. And for Japan candidates, I went with Kyoko Inoue. And the other 5, as far as active wrestlers going, are the Mexico candidates. And for those, I picked Medico Asesino, Los Brazos, Sangre Chicana, and this one put a big smile on my face because I really didn't think he was ever going to get in. That's Carlos Lagarde, somebody who should have been in a long time ago, but we could say that about a lot of people, and Pirata Morgan. And as far as non-wrestlers, Lord James Blears, Dave Brown, Don Owen, Morris Siegel, and the Grand Wizard.
Mike, who was on your ballot?
In the historical performers category, I went with Ole Anderson, Cowboy Bob Ellis, and Enrique Torres, all guys that I'm holding on for dear life for. In the modern performers category, I went with Sergeant Slaughter, who at least looks like he may have a shot at making it in at some point. In Japan, I did a lot of kind of racking my brain back and forth with a lot of people, including Jun Akiyama, who I actually left off this time. And I actually went with Shima, Kota Ibushi, and Meiko Satomura, which I know will be maybe questioned by some, but I think influence, if we start talking about that, especially when it comes to North America, which is my only prism, really, being an American to view things through, I have a lot of feelings about them. When it comes to Mexico and the South Pacific and the islands in Africa, I stand back from that. I just don't feel as though I'll really ever be qualified and be able to put in the time to really go through it. And when it came to non-wrestlers, Jim Crockett Jr., James Melby, Don Owen, Stanley Weston, and Morris Siegel. So, there's a log jam there when it comes to non-wrestlers, but that's, again, and some of those are maybe Hail Marys, but they're all people I still believe in.
Fumi, when it comes to your ballot, you being someone who's actively involved in wrestling to this day as a reporter, of course, a historian, you just had another book come out, I believe, in Japan.
Yeah.
How do you deal with your ballot? What goes into your thinking about who you vote for and who you don't vote for?
The candidate for all of 10 is so hard. 10 from all these categories. It's almost impossible because I want to vote for so many other people that I couldn't, and I had a real hard time. And also, the people who Mike just mentioned, people like, modern or more like a current Japanese wrestlers like Shima, the Kota Ibushi, the Meiko Satomura, that I would look at them like they have chances and opportunities years from now. You know what I'm saying? And they will get in. They should. But I would like to vote for, people like Yoshiaki Fujiwara and Hayabusa instead of giving vote to very current superstars.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that, if you guys don't mind, because obviously the most controversial one to get in this year would be Kenny Omega.
Yeah, very much so.
Because, obviously some people like him, some people don't, but to me, it's really a timing issue. Because he had that run with Okada, which is legendary. He main evented the Tokyo Dome. You could argue that if that stuff doesn't happen, him and Okada, him and Jericho, maybe there'd be no AEW, but AEW is still in its infancy. So to me, I couldn't consider voting for a Kenny Omega for another several years. What do you guys think? Fumi, let me go to you.
Well, the criteria for this Hall of Fame, Observer Hall of Fame, there was you have to consider longevity, right? Longevity.
Yeah, that's right.
Kenny Omega as a main event superstar, I only think he only had the 5-year run. This Hall of Fame is like, you are important wrestling superstar and also very influential figure over decades. Kenny Omega doesn't have any of that yet, in my opinion.
Mike, what do you think? Because obviously you're someone who on a regular basis is hearing what the people are saying when you get phone calls on Wrestling Observer Live. Kenny Omega, again, a polarizing figure to a lot of people. but someone who has certainly been in a main event position, someone who had some legendary matches in Japan. I mean, those were the matches. If it really is an Observer Hall of Fame, people that meant a lot to the Observer, Kenny Omega would certainly be first ballot because he got the first 7-star match. But what do you think about the idea that in the middle of his career, he's in the Hall of Fame?
I've never been comfortable with any of this. When it comes to that way, I think even though wrestling, like all combat sports, there's never a true, exit date in pro, especially pro wrestling. I still think we should maybe raise the age or figure out some sort of way to kind of hash this thing out, because Kota Ibushi, I did vote for, and one of the things that fascinates me is I didn't have to vote for him now, but I had the ability to do so. So I went ahead and did that. But to me, I look at DDT and people bring up Kenny Omega and they will point to that work in DDT, and you go, well, but what about what Kota Ibushi has accomplished in DDT? What about Kota Ibushi's standing? How many matches he's had of an extreme level, and those matches, unless they were with Kenny, recently, frankly, they didn't get superfluous star ratings as Kenny Omega has, over 5 stars, and all of this, stuff where it fascinates me that Kenny Omega gets 61% of the vote, yet Kota Ibushi gets only 38% of the vote, and I have a hard time kind of justifying that. Now, I believe that you can reach a point where you can be considered like a Kota Ibushi. I feel strong enough to put him in right now under the rules that we have established here, but I'm not with Omega yet. One of the big reasons why is because AEW and because of his standing in that group. And that's one of the reasons that I wanted to give Jun Akiyama, because I did not have to vote for him right away, a little more time to see how he works in management, to see how he continues to train people, to see how that goes. And that's what held me off on Omega being the biggest thing, is throw all the matches out and everything. Frankly, he has not proven it in North America yet. Yes, there are fans that have seen him. You've seen him in Ring of Honor. We've seen him to a degree in AEW, but I wanted to see more of that, and I wanted to see how the company and his involvement in the company went. He's in charge of the women's division everybody keeps talking about in AEW. There have been some real pros and cons to his booking in some of the choices I believe he has made. And I think things have gotten to the point now where there may need to be in some ways, a reset kind of what we are looking at here. And frankly, for a lot of the new voters coming in, how much equity do you have built up in wrestling knowledge and history and expanding things out? There was a voter that I saw in the Wrestling Observer Forum that was talking about all these people he was going to vote in from all these different areas. And it's like, I don't know. And the number that Kenny Omega got this year and the way he jumped up, during a pandemic when one of his biggest matches was it was the Moxley match that he had. How many big other matches? The tag match was fantastic that he had with the Young Bucks and him and Paige. But it's like, okay, that was one match. That's going to be Brian Alvarez was trying to make an argument like that was the thing that turned the voters. And it's like, if that's the thing that turns the voters, we got a big problem here. It was one great match. That's cool. But if that's what kicked him up in people's minds and they're not looking at the business of AEW, it's hard for me to that's a juxtaposition I'm shaky with.
See, I don't think that turned the voters. I think primarily people look at the Okada matches and they look at the fact that he was a main eventer for New Japan. And he had that match with Jericho.
Yeah.
And I think it's less about what he's done in AEW, more about, if you're using AEW in the equation, more about, does AEW happen without Omega becoming the star that he became in New Japan? But Kurt, let me open it up to you. What are your thoughts?
Well, as you know, last year I voted for Kenny Omega. This year I didn't, not because I didn't think he shouldn't be in, but I do think some of the other people, well, especially with the addition of Medico Assassino to the ballot, there were just some people that are more deserving. But that doesn't mean I don't think he should be in. Yeah, longevity is part of it, but it's something, and I can't remember how Dave worded it, so you'll have to please forgive me. I'm going to be really inarticulate there. But, he did say something like if they had a really huge impact on an important time in a territory or, like an example would be John Tolis. John Tolis has been on the ballot because of the Blassie angle, the Monsol's powder. he wouldn't be on the ballot if it weren't for that. I guarantee you. That said, Omega is one of the few newbies I've ever voted for, and I do feel a little uncomfortable, like both Mike and Fumi saying that so many, young guns are kind of being put there before their time. Really, I do think maybe some of the I think maybe some of the rules should be changed as far as who gets on the ballot.
Yeah, I wish there was a category like a 21st century or something.
Yes,
exactly.
Or more, even a separation at times. I mean, I look at some of the other numbers that the Japanese candidates got, and you obviously Akiyama, but Akiyama touches a crossover base. Obviously, Omega's in this base with these fans now. Akiyama, to a level that's there, and then you look at everybody else, and the first name that you see going down is a she, and I'm not going to, his match quality and all of that stuff, but then you see the rest of the names, and it happens with me. It touches me more with the historical names like the Andersons falling off the ballot, and Oli and the fight to get the assassins in, and Bob Ellis and Enrique Torres, where it's like, those names, unfortunately, I'd like to see, and I know we have a little bit of one because Dan Koloff is going in and other people have gone in that have deserved it, but there is we need to maybe look into a unofficial or official, a veterans committee, so a Fumi and people that truly understands Japanese history, and here too on our side with Steve Yoe and all of these other people that did, they would be. I think we need to go to that. And I think there also needs to be a separate contributors section, which is, for a different story for maybe the Don Owens or the George Scotts or the Stanley Westons, where there's just the people that are coming around. I can see, and this is no offense to Tony Schiavone, but I can see Schiavone getting more votes than, say, Stanley Weston down the line. And not that that's a sin against the world, but in a way it's kind of a sin against wrestling when that would be the one non-wrestler that would go in. And I don't mean to use him in a negative way, but it's just we're reaching a point where there's going to have to be a separation. I think.
I strongly believe that, because not just Japanese wrestling, but you don't have Fabulous Moolah in there. I'm not a big Fabulous Moolah fan, but historically, significance, Fabulous Moolah is not in it. It's just like, oh my gosh, it's like, how did she fall? And it was like, if you don't have more than 50% of vote next year, that she'll disappear from the category or something. She did, right?
Yeah,
people
I believe she's off.
Looking
she's off. I don't have a problem with that one, actually. I really don't have a problem with Moolah being off. I don't. I'm sorry.
Very important name.
I mean, she's somebody who owned her career.
Looking from Japan, Dick Murdoch is not in it. He disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should be in, I think.
Yeah.
And Jose Fernandez said something on Twitter the other day, which I tend to agree with. He was saying it does seem like just when he looks at how all the votes went down, because how Dave prints all the information, how everybody fared, and who was the pick with historians, who was the pick with wrestlers. And Jose Fernandez says something. It seems like each year the voters get a little more skewed towards the most recent wrestlers. And one of the things I think we really need is we need people who have more focus on guys back. I'm talking going all the way back to the 1920s, 1940s. And there's a lot of people who I think just aren't interested in doing the historical research. I mean, I get off on it. I love it.
Yeah.
But I do think we need more attention on them. And you always hear this lame excuse, and I can't say I ever heard this from somebody who is a voter, but I've heard people saying, well, how can you judge what they're like? There's no video of them. That's not what it's all about, dude.
Videos. You got to study.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Exactly. You need to read. Read.
Yeah. The new category, 21st century, and we may also need pioneer era or something.
Yes.
Well,
yes, I agree.
Going back to Kenny Omega, for the people out there who don't have a ballot, Kenny Omega was on the I Followed Wrestling in Japan list. He's one of those candidates. He was the only non-Japanese wrestling candidate in that category. So he received a total of 133 votes, got 61%. But for instance, Junkyard Dog got 100 votes, but only 29% because it came from a different category. It came from the I Followed Modern Performers in the US and Canada category. Yeah. So I think...
I also have to say something about Junkyard Dog. I mean, this is my opinion. Or no, I'm speculating, I should say. This is more like it. I really thought he was going to fare better this year. I really thought so. But I think there's still a lot of people. I think there's a little revisionist history going on that people saying what an impact he had. A lot of those same people, when he was wrestling, didn't like Junkyard Dog. Same with Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes was a great performer. But when we were all young and stuff like that, we were like, oh my God, can this guy push himself any harder?
If you've seen Junkyard Dog and Bill Watts, the MSW territory that is larger than life.
He was larger than life, and I think I'm speculating what some people
Junkyard Dog from WWF 1984 era.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I'm speculating that might be what happened.
But Kurt, you go back to 1983 and you look at the old observers from that time. Go read some of those observers. Gordon Soley's awful. Gordon Soley should be off TV.
Yep. Oh, they're vicious.
A bunch of people who would advocate for Gordon Soley being in a Hall of Fame were brutalizing Gordon Soley on there. And I'm not saying Gordon Soley in 83 was Gordon Soley in 1976. He wasn't Gordon Soley in 1980 at that point in time. But still, I think you sometimes look at someone in the moment, or in some cases like the Junkyard Dog in their worst moments, and you overlook, to what you said earlier, the way I phrased it last year, the maximum impact that they had.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about longevity. Satoru Sayama, Tiger Mask, is in there for 2 years. For 2 years.
2 year period.
Yeah.
But in that 2 year period, he changed the world.
Satoru Sayama created Shuto, and ultimately it was the birth of today's MMA. Very historical.
Mm-hmm.
Those things are important. I had very similar experience very recently. Animal, the Road Warrior Animal just passed away. The Road Warriors and the Legion of Doom, and how 80s and 90s fans or today's fan look at this, completely two different stories. Today's fans don't look at Road Warriors as important as other today's superstars. You look at the Road Warriors, that just huge impact in wrestling business. And
absolutely.
But then again, he was pretty much retired last 10 years, and he was a member of like a convention, like a WrestleCon member or something like that. And today's wrestling fan only look at Road Warriors and Legion of Doom as something nostalgia. That's it. But the impact in the 80s, that 605, Georgia Championship Wrestling to AWA, you got to look at it. It evolved into the huge superstar. They were huge in Japan.
Yeah, it's funny because every now and then you see a photo that someone will post. It'll be like the Dudley Boys holding some belts, and it'll say the most decorated tag team in wrestling history. And then you'll read some kids saying, I think the Dudleys are, top 5 all-time tag teams. And you're thinking, they didn't have any of that impact. The Road Warriors were game changers. There was a reason they called it the Road Warrior Pop. The Road Warriors, big in all Japan, big in Georgia, big in the AWA, big for Jim Crockett Promotions. And then they were still big for the WWF, but it was different. Once they went to the World Wrestling Federation and became the Legion of Doom, they lost a lot of their edge. But they were still top of the card for tag teams there. But the Dudley Boys didn't have that. Other teams, no. I mean, I hate to say it, and I'm not a fan of the Young Bucks, but at least you could point to the Young Bucks and say, putting the Young Bucks on an independent show the last several years before AEW made a difference at the gate. In America, not in Japan for sure, but in America, if you put the Young Bucks on an independent show, that may be the difference between 500 people and 2,000 people. But there aren't a lot of tag teams you could say that about, but when you see people that say, like, I think the greatest tag teams ever are the Dudley Boys and the Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian, and you're like, forget about Stevens and Bockwinkel and Stevens and Patterson and all these great tag teams from years and years earlier. But when you look at just the 80s and you say, well, the Road Warriors, big business everywhere, Midnight Express, record business in Mid-South Wrestling, record business for Crockett Promotions. People overlook that and they just look at the moment. But like you guys said, and Fumi, I know that it's a big deal with you. You have to study this stuff. You have to really know this stuff.
In fact, that makes me speculate a little more. It seems like a lot of luchadores get a lot more, have a lot more traction on the ballot in recent years. And it seems like a lot of people I know who follow lucha are a lot more into the history of wrestling in Mexico than American fans here are interested in the history of American wrestling. For that matter, if you look at the history of Mexican wrestling magazines, they seem to know more about American wrestling than most American fans did. And I mean,
wrestling magazine follow history too.
Yes, absolutely. And like the Mexican magazines, the Japanese magazines were weekly, and I mean, they were very passionate about the way they wrote about it. And let's see, the two people I know who vote, who are, Lucha Libre experts are Fredo Esparza and Matt Farmer. And I mean, those are two guys who have done so much more, probably done more along with Jose Fernandez in getting American fans familiar with the history of wrestling in Mexico. I mean, they've uncovered stuff that just blow my mind. I mean, any research I've done is minuscule compared to what they have done. And I think we need more people who are historians. I just think we need more.
Fumi, if I may, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
I just because I just my own curiosity here. Kenny Omega's matches obviously at a different type of level, but Kenny Omega walking into the position opened by the door by AJ Styles leaving, which door was opened by Prince Devitt leaving. Prince Devitt's influence in Japan, being a foreigner, being one of the few in the dojo when they decided to seemingly kind of close ranks, and Choshu was there, and they seemed to take a different direction, shaking off Inokiism and trying to move forward. Is Prince Devitt's ascension and where he got being a Irish junior, the level he was able to reach, is that in some ways more impressive than what Kenny Omega was able to do, although the matches obviously were much more high profile?
It had a lot to do with your internet and streaming, more so than the VHS tape trading. Different era. See, Prince Devitt worked in Japan during the Dark Age. I thought the wrestling, as popular as wrestling is in Japan, there was a dark history, Dark Age, year 2000 into 2005 or so. That, that was a dark age of Japanese professional wrestling that I really thought the wrestling was going to die in Japan. Oh my God, nobody's watching wrestling. And MMA, the K1, the Pride, not just, famous wrestlers like, Nagata or Kendo Kashin going into MMA and losing, or previously, like Nobuhiko Takada, who was considered to be the best wrestler at the time, had a, the Hickson Gracie match, and lost twice at the Tokyo Dome, like almost like, they really killed Japanese wrestling. And there was a dark age that Gong magazine went out of business. Weekly Fight went out of business. Weekly Pro Wrestling, my magazine, the magazine I worked for, almost went out of business and changed structure. There was a dark age. That was a time Prince Devitt worked in Japan. So it was unfortunate that he didn't really have the spotlight. Equally talented, though. But then again, when you talk about Japanese or like a New Japan dojo thing, that you have to mention people that you don't want to mention, but I'm not going to mention his name. That when you think about Americans and Canadians that came and stayed in New Japan dojo, you cannot ignore Chris Benoit.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, and I think I'll say this.
Chris Benoit, there was like a Bad News Allen and Too Cold Scorpio, Daryl Peterson, Brian Adams. There's so many, and Prince Devitt obviously wasn't the first one to do so, you know?
Absolutely. And I'll just say this for the record, because every time somebody, especially a newer person here, Chris Benoit in the Hall of Fame, and then they
know is that.
Yeah, they feel a certain way about it. Yeah, I didn't have a vote at the time Chris Benoit went in the Hall of Fame, but I did have a vote as far as whether he should leave or not. And I chose that he stays because, and people will feel all sorts of ways, and I heard all sorts of different things with people telling me all sorts of things to do. The reality of the situation is you cannot erase history. You can symbolically take someone out of a Hall of Fame, an O.J. Simpson or something like that, but all of those things are still going to remain true. Everything they did in a sport and in their event remains true. You don't have to like them. This is not the Hall of Very Good People. And frankly, if it was the Hall of Very Good People, there would not be a lot of good people in there. I mean, come on, let's be real.
We'd have Tom Shaft in there instead of half the people. He'd be number one.
Yeah, so there's almost segregation among wrestlers, segregation among voters too, and different technology and different era. Like Carl Brown. You mentioned Freddie Blassie against John Tallis. It was LA Stadium.
It was the LA Coliseum. The Coliseum, yes.
Very first closed circuit show.
Yes. Yes, it was.
There was no such thing as pay-per-view.
And they continued to have closed circuit shows for a good year after that. Yeah. Because the Olympic was selling out, so they'd go to the Orpheum Theater, where there was, I think there's another 2,000.
Yeah, when you talk about closed circuit technology before pay-per-view, Antonio Inoki, Muhammad Ali match, closed circuit,
Yes.
Yeah, so the technology, the VHS tape trader, internet, streaming, is completely different audience, completely different era, completely different audience, this era. And so we have to distinguish era. Like I said,
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
In fact, I
century category, pioneer era. There's no way you can watch, Strangler Lewis video. Although there are a few on
there are a few, and they're hard to watch.
Yeah. Or you have the oldest existing 1920 Arcadian Joe Sticker videotape footage, but you can't compare videotapes, But
you can't. You can't. Yeah, and when you do see old videotapes, the footage that exists of Strangler Lewis are when he was way past his prime and could hardly see.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've all seen that match of him and Dick Schickat.
Yeah,
Schickat's doing all the moving. He's doing all the working.
Fumi, if I could ask you, and we're not going to focus forever on Kenny Omega, but one question that you'd be uniquely positioned to talk to.
Yes, sir.
But what is the general feeling? What is the consensus amongst Japanese wrestling fans and amongst Japanese wrestling reporters? Where do they see Kenny Omega's place in wrestling or in wrestling history? I guess what I'm asking is, to the American fans looking at those Tokyo Dome shows and watching those Okada matches, is he a bigger deal to them than he actually is in Japan? Is he a big deal in Japan and we don't understand how big a deal he is? What is Kenny Omega's actual place in Japanese wrestling history?
I believe Kenny Omega is like New Japan's main event cluster. Not only one, superstar like your Hulk Hogan or, Stone Cold or Rock kind of thing, but New Japan is multiple superstar system. You usually have 5 top guys. Right now, Naito and Okada and Ibushi, and you still have Tanahashi, and 5th is Evo now. So if you see the G1 poster, you put 5 guys' face on it, and you realize, right, these guys are top 5 guys. Then not just one giant superstar like Antonio Inoki era. And it's always multiple superstars. And just as soon as Kenny Omega leaves, you have Will Ospreay, heavyweight. The place will be filled right away. And also that Kenny Omega pretty much left Japanese market midst of his peak, assuming that New Japan and AEW will be doing business. It didn't happen that way, that New Japan didn't look at AEW anything important. Like, well, that's a company that opened yesterday and not equal, Then just Kenny Omega left in the middle of his peak program, and it's really easy to. It's kind of hard to put it, but he can be forgotten. Like AEW does not have television in Japan. The only Japanese fans that would watch AEW regularly is internet audience. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. And that's where I asked about why I wanted to ask about Devitt, because again, it's not to discount Omega's match quality or what you think about his athleticism, but you open the door and it's Devitt to Styles to Omega, which now to Jay White. And obviously we went into a very bizarre time because Kenny left. They had to rush the thing with Jay. And then we've had a lot of weird things kind of happen since then that it is arguable, I would say, and I am more of a supporter than Jay White than a lot of other people, that we'll have to see how it plays out. But ultimately, it will be interesting to see, of those four, as we look back on just New Japan. Obviously, Omega's matches, because of the hype they got, will be over the top. But I wonder who will be most influential. AJ probably not, even though he had some great matches there. But I look at what Devitt did, and I look at what Jay White could do, and obviously And Will Ospreay, yeah, and let me not discount Will Ospreay too. I was thinking more of the bad guys, but obviously the Bullet Club line, but also Will Ospreay as well. And I look at those two and I go, okay, they're going to be here for a very long time, whereas Omega was not, and they both have an incredible skill set. Ospreay physically, I think Jay White more of a personality, but they probably will ascend in New Japan to heights in ways much greater than Kenny Omega did. But we'll have to see.
Right. And also, New Japan would like to keep guys for their program, not somebody who's, wanting to leave and do his own thing.
Well, speaking of Japan and the Japanese candidates,
yes,
Jun Akiyama got into the Hall of Fame this year.
Mm-hmm.
I never voted for him in the past. I abstained from voting for Japanese candidates this year because I wanted to make sure some of the other people, historical candidates, got votes from me this year. Last year, I voted for Akira Taui and Yoshiaki Fujiwara. Mm-hmm. Both of them are still on the ballot. So I want to ask you a few questions about this. But first, let me ask you about Taui, because I had not voted for him, because although Kawada and Misawa and Kobashi are all clear-cut Hall of Famers and in, I never saw Taui at that level, even though he was in so many of those tag team matches. And then I went back and I watched some of those matches, and I rethought that, and I voted for him last year. What do you think about Taui, and is he, in your eyes or in the average Japanese wrestling fan's eyes, is he at that Hall of Fame level the way Kawada and Misawa and Kobashi would be?
Oh, Misawa, Kawada, and Kobashi are much higher, I would say. And also, Taue was never outspoken, and also he just talented, of course, but not as important historically or something. It's really hard. He's like your, like Arn Anderson was a single player or something.
And I mentioned I voted for Fujiwara in the past, and I think Fujiwara is a clear-cut Hall of Famer. What are your?
Yeah, I voted for Fujiwara this year too, and also Hayabusa. He's no longer with us, and he will be forgotten if you don't vote this year.
I thought Fujiwara was in the same way I thought Dory Dixon was already on the ballot. I forgot. I had no clue Dory Dixon was never on a ballot. And it's I was thinking about it. It's like, I completely forgot about Fujiwara actually being on the ballot. And that's again, those are two names that I guess Dixon to a lesser extent, but Fujiwara, it's like, to me, it's like Oli, where it's like, why are they not already in? I need an explanation of why they're not, maybe as opposed to why they should be. I don't understand.
Or people who already have like his wrestling move named after him, like Fujiwara armbar, he should be in it automatically.
Well, yeah, Oli can be a trick.
Saito suplex there, yeah.
Yeah, Oli's a tricky one. It'll be interesting to see if he ever gets in.
I don't think he will. I think it's going to be the veterans that put him in. Like, if again, talking back to the veteran thing, if they go with something like that, I think the Andersons make it in as a team. I don't know if he ever makes it in solo or not, because it's like you were talking about with Junkyard Dog or the Paul Jones effect. If anybody ever saw Paul Jones as a manager, you would never believe that this guy was a popular babyface in Georgia and Florida and was doing this, that, and the third. You can't grasp that. And Ole Anderson is always going to be that guy who just says F you. And he's that guy in Georgia in 84, 85. Like that's going to be, I think that's what's going to be his legacy. And coming back in 1990 and crapping the bed there and literally not caring, that's what I think more people are going to remember him for than the actual work, a lot of which is available and is, if people seek it out and want to see it from the 70s. I mean, just going to the Cornet site, you would find it.
Yeah.
Well, and that's similar to...
Can I give you a useless trivia? Very useless, but one trivia. Ole Anderson is remembered as one of the people who created Road Warriors. That's how we look at it in Japan.
Yeah.
Do you look at Bill Watts the same way?
Bill Watts told Mike Hegstrand to paint their face. So, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So a lot of people are instrumental,
Yeah, I mean, Ole created. Yeah, he did create the Road Warriors, but like I knew a few people who worked Georgia in '83, and I don't, and this is their opinion, but they were saying Ole, as much as Georgia Championship Wrestling was popular and the Road Warriors were coming into, people were saying he was making a mess out of the promotion, and and this is talking about him just as a promoter.
And by the way, 1983, he was. You can't deny that.
He was. Yeah, I know. That's what. But I watched Georgia Championship Wrestling each week, and for all the good stuff on there, I mean, you're looking at clips these days. Did you try to watch those shows all the way through each week? They weren't always that easy to watch. No. There was some bad stuff on there.
Again, it's a technology thing too. If there was no such thing as cable TV in 1983, I was living in Minnesota. I would never watched Georgia Championship Race, the Superstation double TBS. The cable TV really changed the wrestling, and Road Warrior was a superstar on that show.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, technology thing.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. Bringing up Ole Anderson made me think of it. We've already kind of touched around the fact that maybe there should be a historians committee. Maybe there needs to be another way to properly categorize wrestlers from different eras and different generations. One of the things I've advocated for the last 2 years was Roy Welch. Not that he be put on the ballot, that he just be put into the Hall of Fame as a historical oversight. Because I look at what he did for the amount of years he did and how much territory he had, and it's hard to deny that he's a Hall of Famer. Should have been on the first class that Dave inducted in. He wasn't. But there are other guys, and I'm looking at the list right now of who got in and how many votes they got. And this is nothing against Larry Matisic. I never knew him, but I've heard nothing but great things about him from everyone. And again, if there is a Hall of Fame for the Wrestling Observer newsletter, in a sense, he fits in with that because he was someone who taught Dave a lot. He was someone who spent a lot of time talking to Dave about the wrestling business. But Larry Matisic got a higher percentage of votes, and in some cases more votes, than Sputnik Monroe, than Stanley Weston, than Ole Anderson, than Jim Crockett Jr., than Rick and Scott Steiner, than Randy Orton, than Bob Armstrong, than the Junkyard Dog, and so on and so forth. Mike Tenay, a guy I have a lot of respect for. Nothing against Mike Tenay. Mike Tenay got more votes, got a higher percentage than the Junkyard Dog and Bob Armstrong and Bill Goldberg.
They were watching Monday Nitro.
And Enrique Torres and Kerry Von Erich. And that's, to me, where I have a little bit of a problem with the last few years, the way the vote has kind of gone.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of sentimental votes as opposed to who, from a historical perspective, needs to be in a Hall of Fame so that for the rest of time, someone will say, tell me about this person. When you know that they're in the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame, you go, oh, they are historically important. What can I learn about them?
That's where it gets tricky. That's where it gets tricky because the sentimental votes, go also the other way, like with Ole. I'm sure there's a lot of people who don't vote for him, and I'm sure it's everywhere from historians to people who worked with him didn't like him, so they're going to not vote for him. And similar with Larry Matuszek, was one of the nicest guys in the world, so he probably does get sentimental votes. And that's the hard part, though, is taking human nature out of any equation when you're voting for something.
I can even understand. But sentimental voting is fair, especially if somebody's got a personal relationship with that person or has been directly affected on a tree. I think even though Dave does not like to think of it this way, the reality is if Dave were to talk about a certain candidate on a show, it's going to spark people the same way that if somebody writes a really good, one of the reasons, Enrique Torres, he's been a guy that, I can't attach myself to everybody, but he was one guy I tried to study and do my work on. And, Torres, I think, has stayed on the ballot because there have been a handful of us that has been able to publish things and get it on the Observer front page or talk about it on shows like this, where I think we've been able to hold people for a while now. I think that's slipping away, but I think Sergeant Slaughter is another one. Like if I don't tell a young kid, or tell somebody about Steamboat and Youngblood and Slaughter and Kernodle, they're not going to know, so it's like if people have an advocate, that helps a lot. And unfortunately, there's a death bump too. We saw it with Eddie Guerrero. His numbers, the way they should have never been that low, but then he got in right after he passes away. And I think that there is that's part of that sentimental thing too, but those sorts of things, like, if you have an advocate, that's going to help you immensely. Now, it's not going to save you, but, having an advocate is absolutely going to help. And unfortunately, is Bobby Bruns ever really going to have an advocate, or, the Von Brauners at this point? It's unfortunate.
Bobby Brown started wrestling in Japan.
Yeah.
Very, very important. Also, he trained Ricky Dawson.
Well, and Bruns,
and he was the booker in St. Louis.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too with the Sharp. Did the Sharp brothers, did they make
went
it in?
They went in.
Yeah, so they finally went, because that was one of the things too with trying to get them in, is like, if you're looking at this, one, I think they would belong in anyway. But if you look at the influence in going over to Japan and look at where they were on top and the power that they had, I mean, it was just one of those things. Like you mentioned with Roy Welch, I didn't think they would ever make it in, and then ultimately they did. But to me, they would be one of those historical oversights.
Well, there should be a seminar or something by Dave or some other important historian. Somebody should have a seminar on Welch and Fuller family, or Anoaia family, or Von Erichs, or we got to learn the family.
The Dusick family. The Dusick family is in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the Dusick.
And I don't think people know why.
Well, I'll give you the example I give every year, and I think Paul Bosch is a Hall of Famer. I think Paul Bosch deserves to be in there.
Absolutely. Not only Paul Bosch.
Morris Siegel isn't in there.
Was who I was going to bring up. Why he's not automatically on there.
Morris Siegel is a historical candidate, but he's on the ballot with, other non-wrestlers. He should be.
No, he should be in.
How does Paul Bosch get in first class, but the guy who promoted Houston longer than he did before he did isn't in? I mean, that's where. And he's never going to get the votes. He's never, ever going to get the votes.
It's the argument I made earlier. It is the argument I made earlier. We need more historians. We need people who want to dig deep. I mean, I'm not going to say any names, but I've met a lot of people who you bring up guys from the Jim Londos area and they just shrug like they think Jim Londos and Strangler Lewis are important. But you bring up anybody else and they're like, but you bring up other names. And they're just like, well, who's that? And who cares? I mean, a lot of people, aren't really interested, which is unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
And it's not just, it's unfortunate because we talk about it with wrestling. It's not just that, too. You talk to a lot of athletes and things, thank God there's writers in sports and historians that actually care about that stuff. Because you ask kids and it's like, who was, Walter Payton, let alone who was Jim Brown, let alone who was Ollie Matson or guys who played American football or whatever the sport is. And that It's just, I think it's the lack of reading. We're all in a quick bite digestive knowledge society and era where, it's going to be tougher and tougher and tougher as it goes along because it's getting people's attention.
Seminar idea is very important. Remember, in 10th grade in your high school, you have to take American history.
Well, I wish there could be a test for each category. Maybe again, and I know it may sound pretentious and douchey, but it's not to shut anybody out. It's just to extend the arms of letting people in and giving those people who want to be in an idea of what they need to do. I see a lot of people who complain about why they don't have a ballot or this or that. And it's like, well, I mean, other than just watch a little bit of wrestling, what do you know? What write things to Dave, do articles, do shows, prove that you have something to offer.
That's the thing. Who is a historian? And I'm looking right now at the results from the actual group labeled as historians. I'm assuming I'm a historian to Dave. He may have me lumped in with reporters, but that would be erroneous. I assume I'm a historian. I'm assuming you guys are probably listed as historians in Dave's categories. The number one person.
So. That'd be my assumption, yeah.
The number one person on the historians list is Larry Matysik. Number two is Don Owen. Now, again, you compare the two. Don Owen promoted a territory for decades. Larry Matysik was Sam Mushnick's assistant, the commentator on the television show, eventually went off on his own and promoted for a period of time, wrote some really good books, did some great work as a historian himself.
Yeah.
But he ranked number one on the historians list. More historians, whoever they may be, voted for Larry Matysik than Stanley Weston, the Grand Wizard, Sergeant Slaughter, Jim Melby, who is a historian, Morris Siegel, Ted Turner, Enrique Torres, Bill Goldberg. I mean, that's what kind of gets me. Like, again, I'm not saying he's not a great guy. I'm not saying he didn't do a lot for wrestling. But did he do
somebody who got in this year, and Dave even admitted to this, should have been in the original class of the Hall of Fame, was Medico Assassino. Before I was aware who El Santo was, I was switching channels one night and I came across the Medico Assassino movie, which was actually a 12-part serial spliced together for TV. It wasn't until a number of years later till I realized just what a huge impact he not only had in Mexico, but in the Southwest. I mean, that guy was like probably the biggest heavyweight star Mexico ever had.
Let me tell you something. The Mexican candidates, they've done a better job with those candidates of getting some of the important historical figures in the last several years than any other grouping in the Observer Hall of Fame ballot.
And again, I think that's because there's more fans of lucha who are more into the history of lucha than American fans who are in the history of American wrestling. I firmly believe that. One of the things that really that I felt good about was that Sangre Chicana, while he didn't get a ton of votes, he stayed on the ballot this time around. He was, he got almost nothing when he was first put in. And I was the one who, made noise about he should be on the ballot. I don't think he'll ever get in, but he is somebody who, if you don't at least look at him and consider him, and you call yourself a lucha expert, which, it wasn't till Fredo Esparza turned me on to how good he was till I realized both the significance of what he accomplished in the early 80s in Mexico. He's both. He's somebody who accomplished a lot in Mexico. He was a superstar at one point there, and he gets on the nice guy list from everybody I've talked to too.
I think a lot of the question comes down to who is the actual voting class. Who are the people voting? One of the issues is you know what
the answer to that is?
What is the answer?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
I don't even know what candidate what category I vote in. Maybe I should know.
Yeah. Are you a reporter or are you a historian? I mean, that's an interesting question.
I don't care as long as I'm on it. That's all I care. As long as I'm on the committee, that's all I care. Let's cut to the chase, guys. Let's cut to the chase. How do we steal Spaceman Frank Hickey into the Hall of Fame? How do we get Spaceman Frank Hickey in there?
Let's not go crazy, but I think the question does become, there are obviously ones that we're always going to debate. The Junkyard Dog, for whatever reason, will always be a debate amongst people.
How about like a Chavo Guerrero Sr. classic?
That would be a debate.
Nah,
That would be a debate.
that'd be a
People would have to
debate
debate it.
because of his professionalism comes into question. He could be very unprofessional. He was an amazingly talented worker.
But another wrestling family you have to really study. You know, his father.
Oh, definitely.
Mondo.
His father,
Eddie.
definitely.
Yeah.
Eddie, Mondo or Hector, no. But
No, but
Eddie,
as a family, some wrestling family that we can study.
oh yeah, no, I understand. Yes, no, you're right.
Gory,
You're right.
Gory, father, Gory. So it's an
And
important family.
Eddie turned out to be the best of all of them. I mean, he was the most rounded. He was the one who adapted to other people's styles more than his brothers. That guy was just amazing.
That was always the most painful thing with me when it comes to Benoit, because Benoit got in because of his work. And I always never thought that Eddie got, because of his issues and his demons and in being tough to deal with at times, that he never got, unfortunately, until he became such a character in WWE before he passed away, that he never got his due for how good he was. And it's like, you can't say that him and Art Barr didn't draw a little bit of money too. And you can't say that there were, you know, again, he checked off boxes that it always amazed me. And again, it wasn't that Benoit shouldn't get in. It was the disparity. And it's also, I guess, on how we all differently look at wrestling too, that it was like, wow, you know, the difference should not be this stark in the voting. And again, it goes back to that Omega Ibushi thing where I look at it and I scratch my head and go, okay, just the disparity is so bizarre. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, Prince Devitt and Kenny Omega, a little bit of Chris Benoit, but Eddie Guerrero had Black Tiger run in Japan.
Yeah.
He didn't go through New Japan Dojo, but he was a full-time employee under contract with New Japan for 8 years. And one of the biggest rival of Liger, and Black Tiger shouldn't be overlooked.
Well, let me ask you guys this, and Fumi, let me start with you. We're talking about families that should be looked at. Obviously, Fritz von Erich is in the Hall of Fame.
Sure.
This year's unique because Kerry von Erich was dropped from next year's ballot due to the 15 years, less than 50% rule. And for not getting 10%, Kevin von Erich was dropped this year too. Both of them were dropped. Do you think a grouping of Kerry, Kevin, and David should be looked at, considering what they did between 1978 and 1984? If you want to go past when David died, go into 1985, early 86, what they did in Texas, St. Louis, Japan. Do you think that the Von Erichs as a grouping should be looked at? What do you think, Fumi?
Well, Kerry Von Erich was the biggest star of them all, I think, in the family. And in fact, I voted Kerry Von Erich this year. You know, he should be in it. And as a Von Erich, the Von Erich family should be in it as a family too. It's really hard. It's really hard to just pick 10 candidates.
That's right.
You know.
And that's where it gets even trickier, because there's always going to be like a very passionate debate because there are so many deserving candidates.
And you circle so many names, you have to cross it. You know.
It's like I think
20 names and you erase 10.
Yes. Like JYD, I firmly think he should be in. Did I vote for him? No. It's not because I don't think he should be in. It's because there's so many other people I think should be in. And
see, I'm not a
sometimes I just sit there.
I'm not a big fan of him, but I actually voted for Ultimate Warrior too.
Really? What was your thinking behind that?
He was the first guy, who got put over in WrestleMania 6. He beat Hulk Hogan square, and he was like the epitome of WWE product.
That's one of the reasons I go with Sergeant Slaughter. I mean, Sergeant Slaughter to me is the epitome of pro wrestling.
But if I could hone in on that, if I could hone in on the Ultimate Warrior, I agree with you, Mike, about Sergeant Slaughter.
Sure.
The Ultimate Warrior had a short burst where he was massive amongst casual wrestling fans. The sheet readers, the smart fans, didn't like him. They didn't like his promos.
Oh, no.
They didn't like the way he worked. They didn't like the fact
he was unprofessional.
That he did more steroids than everyone else. But if the Ultimate Warrior worked like a Kenny Omega, let's say, just to throw that name out there because we're talking about guys who are in the Hall of Fame based on a relatively short period of time. If the Ultimate Warrior did everything he did exactly how he did it in his career, but in the ring, he wrestled like Kenny Omega, would more people vote for him than they do now?
Right. On
hell yeah.
the Warrior side, I had a little bit of my sentimental thing that after decades of absence, that he was put into WWE Hall of Fame and made great speech and made friends again with everybody WWE, and very next day he dies. So it's like the whole story of it deserves like the mention, of course. I mean, like it's like a people's fate.
Ah, sentimental.
Well, in terms of that, in terms of the story of someone being something that should possibly get them induction into the Hall of Fame, and again, going back to importance, someone I've advocated for is Sputnik Monroe. Now, Sputnik Monroe, really, when you're talking about Sputnik, he wrestled in a lot of places. He wrestled in West Texas. He wrestled in Florida. He wrestled in a lot of different places. But really what you're talking about is 1959 in Memphis. What you're talking about is the feud of Billy Wicks, the record crowd against Billy Wicks, and the desegregation of the wrestling fans.
Yeah, racial boundaries. Very important.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I vote for Sputnik Monroe, and I think that's one of the reasons why, because I think it's an important story to be told with Sputnik Monroe. What do you guys think? Kurt, let me start with you. What do you think of Sputnik Monroe?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, Sputnik Monroe is, I'm with you. Just exactly as you said it, he is a shoo-in. I mean, and you're right. It was that era which was like the pay dirt era for him. But I mean, he's somebody who should be in. I mean, he's somebody I don't think twice on when I'm voting, similar to Gordman and Goliath. That it's, I always know that each year those two are on the ballot until they get in.
Unfortunately for me, I do overthink him, and I start vacillating back and forth. And I've had him on in the past for that very reason. And then it will get to the point where I'll start thinking about that regionally, and I understand how big that meant. And then I think about what Junkyard Dog meant. And then I think about Bob Armstrong, and then I go back to Junkyard Dog, and I go back. And it's one of those things where, obviously Sputnik deserves, you couldn't have done it without Sputnik, but it's like it's just one of those, maybe I vote for him again, but it's one of those I vacillate on so much. I really do. And I don't have that full grasp of to me, maybe I don't have a full grasp of his career because it keeps going back to that as a showman. And then you talk to other people about how, he was as a worker and in other places. And, the influence, it's strong there, but it's like, would I vote for him over Junkyard Dog? And then I have so much doubt, I end up leaving them off. And I hate to say, it's like go back, but again, I've never had that feeling for him as I had towards a Torres or trying to get like an Anderson's in.
Let me ask you guys about someone else I voted for this year that I've never voted for before, but I actually went back and watched some of the old matches, and I thought about the amount of time. Again, I think Tiger Mask has opened it up to that if you have an amazing 2 years or a game-changing 2 years, that opens the door. Look at Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega's in there for just a certain period of time.
Gail Sayers rule.
I went back and I watched a bunch of Steiner Brothers matches between 1989 and 1994. And man, I mean, I remember loving them when I was younger, and I watched them back now, and they stand out even more now because no one works like this. Fumi, let me start with you.
Yeah.
I voted for Rick and Scott Steiner this year.
I did too.
What do you think? What do you think about the Steiner brothers as candidates?
Oh, the impact they had, the wrestling moves they invented, and nobody got over that big in Japanese debut match like they did, that Steiner brothers did. The debut match was at the Tokyo Dome against Hiroshi Hase and Kensuke Sasaki.
Oh, great
It's
match.
really hard to get over in Japan in the first debut match, let alone Tokyo Dome match in situation like that. But it was instant. They were big superstars right away. Yeah.
in the rest of the wrestling business, just like it, tag teams are criminally underrated, undersupported, underrecognized, underutilized, the whole 9 yards. And Blanchard and Anderson had incredible influence. They may even make it in one day just because of the influence of the wrestlers today that look back, and that legend, and that's what it'll be, as a legend is going to continue to grow, because if you look at the time that they had together, it was very, very short in all actuality, but the legend is going to continue to grow, and they were fabulous, great workers. But like, the Steiners are ones that, probably next year, because I thought about them more afterwards, where it was the same way, where it's like they were so great and so influential, and so they were top everywhere they went. And WWF run aside, but even there, they couldn't be denied that they were at the top of the heap. And I think it was WrestleMania 9 had one of the only fun matches, with the old SST. It was like, and I think they're fantastic, and they're innovative, and they're brothers. And again, it's like that Von Erichs thing. I think you can make a case. I always thought the Crockett's should be nominated together. Now, Jim Sr. got in. Junior will be a different story. I think the Von Erich should at least be able to be voted on that way. And I think the Steiners, as time goes along, much like Blanchard and Anderson, I think their legends are going to continue to grow. And I think people are going to be able to look back and really realize how good they were.
As a tag team, not so much single.
Yeah, they were. Yes. I wasn't too much into Scott Steiner during the big Papa Pump, but I know some people dug him.
WCW. Yeah.
Yes, and for me, it was almost, again, I've used this term, I don't know how many times now, but apples and oranges. When I'm thinking of a tag team, they were great, but the tag team that gets my vote was Black Ordman and Goliath. And I know they didn't get a lot of votes, but they were great in a different way. I never saw one tag team with two men who, one of the funny stories about them is they had no contact with each other outside of wrestling. They didn't even travel together sometimes. But they gelled as a tag team like nobody I've ever seen. And I've never seen anybody with more convincing heat than that they put out. And when I mean heat, I don't just mean getting the fans upset because they're going to town on the baby faces, but when they're selling, they would sell, like, even if a jobber was wrestling them and they were selling, they would sell to the point where you would think the jobber might almost pull it off. And for all the silly things LaBelle did, once in a while, he would have a jobber go over a top guy like John Burrich over somebody, or Mondo Lopez. But Gordon and Goliath were such great heels that when they were selling for their opponents, they had you believing that they were going to get their lunch fed to them. And then when they came back, it was all the more infuriating. And I've never seen tag team heat like I've seen with those two. And that's just they're just from a different era than the Steiners were. But I do think the Steiners are deserving too. But if I was me personally, if I'm going to pick one of the two teams, I'd go with Gordon and Goliath.
Well, guys, as we begin to wrap up this segment, and I have to say, this has been fantastic. We have to find a way to do this again before next year's show.
We can talk about this all night long.
All night. We can go all night long. But
come on, Brian. Come on. You can do it. Let's go, Brian.
Let's wrap things up, I have to get dinner for my family. As we wrap things up, let me ask everyone, our final question is, what improvements or what do you think could be done for next year's Observer Hall of Fame? Are there any changes you'd like to see made in terms of the voting process or how the ballots are handled? And any thoughts about your ballot next year? I know we're a year away, but what are your thoughts? Mike, let me start with you.
I think a well defined veterans committee, both for North America. Again, North America is relatively easy to separate. I think Japan is too. Mexico. I think there are probably more than enough people that are voting right now that are qualified to stand as historians in those categories. At the very least, if you want to lump how you lump in Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and the islands in Africa, I think that's going to be up for debate. But I think there are more than enough people where you can have that defined veterans committee. Look into a contributors section so that maybe again, it is just like random names, but the Les Thatchers of the world and the Stanley Weston, those types of people get separated away from referees and bookers and other people that are in that category, have a separate one for announcers, and maybe even have a separate section where there are people not necessarily voted into the Hall of Fame, but they can be recognized for their accomplishments, whether through training or booking or being a liaison or any of those things. I mean, Joe Higuchi, do you put him in as a referee or do you put him in as a member of management? How is that defined? And again, there's a lot, I think, that just could be updated. And I think that's probably the way. And Fumi talking about the 21st century. I think it's time that I think you have to, all the Hall of Fames, I think, especially baseball being one of the longest ones, they've been able to update a little bit and pioneer era and look at things a little bit differently. And the whole thing probably needs just a fresh set of eyes, maybe, and just a way to possibly update it. And also, as Fumi mentioned too, and I believe this as well, again, from what I've seen with people who get excited about voting and they get a vote and it's like they put out their candidates and it's like, look, if you shouldn't be voting in Mexico, there shouldn't, I don't know how votes get thrown out. I know Dave will say if he doesn't believe somebody is qualified that he has put those votes to the side. But again, I would love to know exactly what the process is.
Kurt, what do you think going in the next year?
Well, one thing I would actually suggest to Dave that you proactively try to find more people who passionately research North American history specifically. I think it sounds like we have a lot of people who are really researching Mexico. Carla Flagarde getting in is showing that is probably the case. But, I really think we need just more people who are looking deep into the history of North America. Another person who I don't know if he'd ever get in, but should be on the ballot, was the El Paso promoter, John McIntosh, who promoted, El Paso and in Juarez. And it wasn't so much that he had these huge arena sellouts, but he created more stars than probably anybody in that state. I mean, from Charo Aguayo to Madi Matsuda, Chino Achu. There was such a history that has barely been uncovered. And that would be my biggest suggestion today. Find people who are researching the roots of pro wrestling in this country. I could probably nitpick and, point out a lot of things that I think are incorrect in the balloting and stuff like that. But that's just getting nitpicky. If I was going to say one thing, I'd say historians, real historians.
And, I would love to know, again, what could be done, where could I be moved to or whatever it is too. It's like, make sure if you don't have those people, because you don't want to, obviously, I know it's very important, Dave, to have secret voting so nobody feels, gets asked or feels it has to feel a certain kind of way. But, unless we talk about it, obviously we all know we vote for it, but, hopefully to reach out so we can find people if we are lacking in a place wrestling history wise, how can we and who can we get to help fill that void? Or, there's no one to replace, in a way, J. Michael Kenyon when he passed away. But like, okay, if we start losing people, how do we follow those people up so, that history continues to get maintained? And, I at the Observer proper, other than Dave, there's Matt Farmer, but Matt Farmer's not an official, member of the Observer, where it's like, boy, there is nobody. So, obviously, Brian, you're doing what you're doing with the Arcadian Vanguard and places like that, but we need to cultivate. I still think, hopefully, we are cultivating historians at a good level.
Yeah. Matt Farmer's a voter, isn't he?
He's absolutely a voter, but he's actually, not a member of like the WrestlingObserver.com website.
Gotcha.
Officially, where it's like, people,
yeah.
It's like, and I hate to say this because I'm obviously there and I'm very happy to be there doing what I'm doing, but when Jim Valley, unfortunately, is not there, boy, there's no one to talk about. There's not a whole lot of territorial history, people who know it and things like that. And again, it's a different vibe, but it's important. I mean, a lot of that, everybody wants the now, and I there needs to be more cultivation on the history.
Hey, maybe there's a lesson. You guys, maybe there's a lesson to us. We need to try to get some more younger people interested in the history.
I'm trying with the Mid-Atlantic show, man.
Yeah, we're trying. We're trying,
Kurt. You do what you can.
Fumi, let me wrap up with you. What are your thoughts going into next year with the Observer Hall of Fame?
Same with Mike and Cart. New categories should be created, like wrestlers from 21st century and pioneer era. And I have a hard time looking through these. I printed out, Dave's candidates. And the same page you have, I followed wrestling from Europe and Australia and New Zealand, and you see people like Big Daddy, the Billy Joyce, the Kendo Nagasaki from England. And you're supposed to compare this with Kenny Omega? I had a hard time, and so the history section or more seminar by historians, or there's a lot of things can be done. Yeah.
I guess seminars by historians is what I mean by trying to turn people on to the history. Because like you say, you have the Mid-Atlantic podcast, but I bet you most of the people who listen to that are people who already have a curiosity towards it.
Absolutely.
We need to find a way to. We need to find a way to spark.
Pretty soon, people will be saying like, "What's territories?"
And this is,
we need to spark. We need to spark the curiosity.
and that's
not there.
Territorial wise, I mean, to have somebody, to have liaisons and to be able to, and at some point, and I don't know how it can be done, detailed video, audio bios on a lot of these people, the Von Brauners or whoever it is that maybe they never make it in, but to make sure that the history doesn't die and to try to make it where to draw up some people.
Bring the history to the surface, because we don't want to be just grumpy old man saying nobody understands what it was like then. No, we need to turn them on to it. We need to spark their curiosity.
Wrestling, these people, should be more reading oriented too.
Yes.
The whole country should.
Japanese fans read a lot,
Amen.
We continue our look at the 2020 class of the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame with another great panel discussion with two veterans of this show and one newcomer. Let's start with the man who came the furthest distance to be here today, from all the way across the world in New Zealand. He is a fine wrestling historian, Steve Ogilvie. Steve, thanks for being here again.
Oh, thanks for having me, Brian. I just realized I didn't think of a witty intro, so I'm glad you put me first.
Well, that's good. I think you used a lot of your witty lines before we started recording, if I had to make a guess.
Pretty typical.
Also joining us, our returning champion from last year. He has done so many things. He's probably known best by a lot of people for the amazing collection of photos that he has, but he's done everything from be the editor-in-chief of a magazine to run a version of the WFIA, but we'll get into that another time. But he knows his stuff. Pete Lederberg. Pete, thanks for being here again.
Thanks a lot, Brian, and I'm glad you didn't say returning champion for me because, once again, 2 straight years, none of the guys I voted for were elected.
Well, we'll see how it goes next year. There's always next year, but before we get there, a newcomer to the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame special, someone who has really shown so many people a new way of looking at wrestling history, whether it's on his website or on his amazing podcast, Charting the Territories, none other than Al Getz. Al, thanks for being here again. Or actually, thanks for being here the first time.
Yeah, you always, remember your first time. And considering I woke up in Topeka, Kansas this morning, I'm happy to be home in Atlanta and a part of this podcast.
That's something you don't typically hear too often. I was waiting for a punchline there, but you're actually telling the truth.
And boy, are my wings tired.
Well, since you are the newcomer here, let's start with you. This is your first year voting for the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame. Who did you vote for?
I will preface this by saying one of them, I truly didn't even think I would vote for him. But as I was filling out my list, I voted for this person. It was almost like the Eddie Murphy. I just voted for Jesse Jackson and the next morning he won. But there's one that might seem out of place, but I voted for him. And I actually, the more I think about it, the more I stand by it. But my list in the historical performers era, Ole, Bob Armstrong, Rocky Johnson, and Sputnik Monroe. In the modern performers, Rick and Scott Steiner and Randy Orton. And that's the one that I surprised the heck out of me. And then in non-wrestlers, I voted for Jim Crockett Jr., Don Owen, and Stanley Weston.
Pete, what about you?
Historical, I voted for Ole Anderson, Gene Byers, and Rocky Johnson. For modern, I voted for Edge, Sergeant Slaughter, and I have to say that was influenced a lot by our discussion last year, and Rick and Scott Steiner. Europe, etc., Killer Carl Cox, Jackie Pallo, and Johnny Saint. And non-wrestlers, Dave Brown, Bob Caudle, Stanley Weston, and the Grand Wizard.
And Steve, what about you?
Okay, in historical, I went with Ole Anderson, Enrique Torres, and the Von Brauners with Saul Weingeroff. Modern, I did not vote. Japan, I abstained. Mexico, Medico Asesino, Carlo Flagade. In the hodgepodge, Europe, New Zealand, and the rest, I went with George Kidd, Kendo Nagasaki, Jackie Pallo, Rollerball Rocco, Johnny Saint. And in non-wrestlers, Lord James Blair's, Don Owen, and Morris Siegel.
So a lot of interesting ones here. Let me start asking you guys about what is probably the most controversial pick this year. Kenny Omega, getting into the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame. He's in the middle of his career. He's done some things that people go crazy for, but he is still active, and we don't know where his career is going to go. How do you feel about Kenny Omega going in this year? But more specifically, what are your thoughts about a wrestler while they're active, in the middle of their career, getting into the Observer Hall of Fame? Let me start with you, Pete.
I'm a baseball guy, and, like you just said, when they're in the middle of a career, kind of feels a little strange. But, if they earned it, they earned it. There's some guys that are just that impressive, and they're going to get there. So, I don't like the situations where a guy passes away before they get the chance to see it. And I know this is a little bit different. I'm not as much of a fan of Kenny Omega as a lot of people are. And, I see both sides of it. I was really impressed seeing him on the, when they had the TV for the New Japan on Access for a while. And, that was really good. I don't like what this guy has done to the business. In so many different ways. You could go from the whole intergender thing. You could go just the way the guy thinks, and the whole rehearse thing, and I don't mind the flips, okay, but it's just another level. And I'm really surprised. I did read Dave's bio, because I know he could be his cheerleader, biggest fan, and I'm not being obnoxious saying that, I don't think, but I was shocked that he had a background in BJJ as well. Just doesn't look like it. But anyway, there you go.
Al, what about you?
I would say as far as his merits, I get it. I didn't vote for him, obviously. I certainly expected him to go in. And I think if you think of this Hall of Fame as the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame, understanding that sort of niche of, the pro wrestling audience that caters to a certain crowd, a certain demographic, he sort of fits in that mold. If you call it an all-encompassing Wrestling Hall of Fame, that's a different story. But given that this is tied to the Wrestling Observer, a newsletter which over the last 2 decades has pushed work rate really hard, I sort of understand. And again, he's not my cup of tea, but I respect that he's very good at what he does and how it works into the modern, what pro wrestling has become. As far as the merits of an active wrestler being in the Hall of Fame or being eligible, I understand why, because no one ever truly retires. And I think, Omega, even if for the rest of his career he goes off a cliff and never has another good match again, I don't think that hurts his candidacy, although I guess there are some people that might disagree. But I think based on body of work to this point in time, I get it. And you have to set those limits because retirement is such a weird word. You look at some of the guys that got in, and I was reading it, and they had a handful of matches, for the next 15 years after they quote unquote retired. So you can't really judge when someone retires. So they set these age and or number of years active requirements. And it makes sense in the world of pro wrestling.
Steve, let me go to you with the same question, but let me also open it up a little bit to the idea. What do you think? Do you think that his candidacy, his getting into the Hall of Fame, is based primarily around the Okada matches? Do you think people look at success for New Japan as a separate thing? Do you think people look at the fact that AEW kind of, in a way, formed out of Kenny Omega's Japanese matches? Can't really say too much about what he's done in the States so far, but what do you think about Kenny Omega going in this year, and how do you think people looked at him?
Well, I mean, he was in the Japan category. I guess that's the caveat on that. I agree with a lot of what Al said in that, it's the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame, and he's got a lot of credit there. He's got a lot of accolades from the Wrestling Observer. The Wrestling Observer, like the subscribers, or the awards that he's won. Personally, I don't actually care about those awards. I've never voted in them. But in reflection of the Wrestling Observer newsletter, you can see why he would go in. Personally, it is a bit strange because you think, in his career, this could be a major moment when he goes to North America and proves everyone wrong, and it hasn't happened yet. But by the same token, if you look at it as he was in Japan, I mean, he was in all those main event matches in Japan, so I can see why people would consider him a major star. Again, it comes down to, for some of us, his wrestling ability, and then you're talking about something quite subjective. So, I mean, I'm not personally a fan, but I couldn't say I hate him or anything like that.
Let me ask this question. I'll open it up. Everyone could jump in whenever you want. I'll start with you, Steve. Was there someone that you're the most disappointed about them not getting in this year?
No, I'm not. I've probably tried to change my perspective a bit after going on the last year's chat about this, and just I kept saying keep an open mind, and then I thought, well, I got to practice what I preach. So I noticed this year it was very interesting that, because there were so many new people on the ballot, the votes are really spread out. So I think to really get outraged or upset if someone didn't get in would be particularly difficult to be worried about, because so many people got such different percentages of the voting this year. And I personally, when I looked at all the, when the issue came out, and I went on Twitter, and there's a lot of kind of faux outrage on there, and I think that's really not helpful, and it kind of needs to stop. There's some people definitely I would have liked to get more votes personally in the European category, George Kidd, especially after Dave said he was a no-brainer. But I guess some people need footage, and it's a tough thing to overcome with someone like that from before, where footage is currently available for them.
And Johnny Saint got a little bit closer to getting in this year.
Well, Johnny, I mean, there's footage. So, if you're a young person, I guess, and you need to video verify the opinions and the ballot picks you make, at least you can go and watch matches. So, and even if you go, well, George Kidd is Johnny's mentor, and that's why Johnny decided to wrestle that way and ended up taking over his mantle as a lightweight champion and putting on the same kind of matches. It still doesn't, I think young people, and I'm just assuming that the younger end of the voting scale would be a little bit hesitant just to go on hearsay.
Yeah, I think that also might affect Sputnik Monroe to some level, because with so little footage of him, and what's out there is probably from his later years, all people know about is he desegregated Memphis, and that is very important. But without that, there's just no context to it. I mean, it was affecting his money. Because he was in the main event, he gets paid on percentage of the house. And if the African-American seating section sells out and they have to turn those fans away, it is literally taking money out of his pocket. So while it was certainly altruistic given his background, it was also based on money. And it ends up helping the whole territory and everyone's wallets. If the house is up, not only do the main eventers get more in their envelope, but so does everyone else. And I think Sputnik was at or near the top for a long time in a lot of different places. He didn't really go too far geographically outside of the Southwest, and that might hurt him. But, he was a guy that you could plug into any territory and, in the 60s and 70s and instantly be put in a main event heel spot.
Pete, any disappointments this year? Any big disappointments?
Well, I mean, he just did a great job of talking about the Johnny Saint piece. I thought that he would get a little bit more of vote because of, working with the WWE a little bit. But the one that bothers me the most is Ole Anderson. I just don't get that whole thing about the not traveling and whatnot, because if you look at how much he did, it wasn't just in the ring, but behind the scenes as well, and booking and whatnot, and booking 2 territories at the same time. And his whole historical relevance is there. And I mean, I thought the Anderson brothers should be in as well. So that would be my biggest one.
Now, we all voted for Ole Anderson, and he didn't get in. Let's talk a little bit about Ole. Obviously, he's a controversial figure on the ballot. And main event wrestler, big star in Mid-Atlantic, big star in Georgia, booker, and eventually owner or part owner of the office in Georgia. But I guess that's where part of the problem comes in. If you look at Ole as a booker, there's the good Ole and the bad Ole. And the bad Ole is 1983 and everything after it. What do you guys think? Al, let me go to you, and Steve, feel free to jump in afterwards, and Pete, jump in whenever you want. What do you think about Ole Anderson, and how do you evaluate Ole Anderson when voting for him?
I think it's been said. I mean, he wore a few different hats and was, for the most part, successful at all of them, with the exception of, a certain time period in Georgia. And that probably weighs heavily on a lot of people. I just think he was on top for so long. And even though he was sort of in the same role, they mixed things up. He's with Gene, and then he's with, and then he's with Ivan. And so it wasn't, always the same thing year after year after year. There was a little bit of differentiating to it. And I think what happens after 83 probably hurt him in a lot of eyes. And then the other thing that I don't quite understand is how you're supposed to rate. So are you supposed to include Ole's work with Gene as a team, as a regular team, as part of Ole's case, or is that a completely separate thing? Anyone?
It's interesting because last year we discussed this at length, and I actually put this on my ballot when I sent it to Dave. That we had a lot of discussion, Brian and several other people, and about having a tag team wing, because and not just a guy like Ole, but that's a good example because you had him with Ivan, him with Stan Hansen, and also Gene, obviously. But some of these guys were in unbelievable teams, and teams don't last as long as a singles career. Yet you had guys like that, or possibly on a lesser level, one of my favorites, Steve Kern or Stan Lane or Bobby Eaton, or whoever, that you could sit there and argue run several unbelievable teams with historical relevance and all that stuff, and they don't have that wing. So it's a great question. It's the same thing we were talking about. Are we judging Ole as a single or a tag team? And to me, if you have that tag team wing, it doesn't have to be that you put a tag team in. You could put tag team specific wrestlers in. And I know I suggested it to Dave this year after we spoke last year, but and I'm sure other people did too, but that's been an item of discussion for a while. And it's a great point you made.
Yeah, because it's like, look at Tully Blanchard. Tully and Arn are potentially a Hall of Fame team, but maybe they're not. Maybe they don't make the cut. Tully on his own without Arn doesn't make the cut, but Tully, all his career combined, is a much stronger case. So when you separate those tag teams out, and you look at Junkyard Dog, I mean, half of his big run in Mid-South, he was part of a tag team. So I just don't quite understand how you're supposed to evaluate individual wrestlers if their being in a team is a separate entity.
I think you look at the wrestler's whole career, because the example I would give would be Anthony Naraka. when Antonino Rocca, he was in the first class, obviously, as he would be at anyone's Hall of Fame, but it wasn't, here's everything he did minus the tag team with Miguel Perez. That was part of the body of work that got Rocca in there. So I think the way it's been done, and I agree there should be a tag team wing, but the way it's been done, any singles wrestler that goes in, you're also looking at their body of work for being a part of a tag team. The bigger issue, I think, is do you look at someone like Ole Anderson and say, okay, I'm looking at his career as a wrestler and not look at their career as an executive in the wrestling business? Do you separate those two, or do you focus on everything outside of the ring as well as inside of the ring? But Steve, let me go to you. I heard you were going to jump in.
Oh, I was just going to say it's unlikely that you'd sit there with your ballot and just pick tag teams. You know what I mean? There's even any voter, I think there'd be a limit on how many tag teams you would select even in one ballot, even if you thought 4 or 5 of them were worth picking. And with Ole, I think he was a standout in the wrestling side, and he would probably be close to being a standout in the office side as well. He mentored a lot of people, even though he had a certain way about him that people didn't like, but he did help a lot of people's careers. So with Ole, personally, however he's on there, I'm going to vote for him because I think he deserves to be recognized.
I was going to say as well, and I'm sorry about all the baseball analogies, but you see all the time in baseball where a guy didn't have a good relationship with the press, and that sometimes they don't get voted in. And you know that you'll see that with a guy like Dick Allen, for instance. And there's all kinds of examples of guys that didn't get enough votes because they weren't press friendly. And I kind of wonder how much that reputation Ole had as far as his attitude affects the balloting. I don't know. You know, it's one of those interesting things that, again, one of the stat nerd things, just, see how I wouldn't think that would be the thing that would get him not voted in as much as the tag team piece and the not venturing around piece. But I really do think it's probably part of it as well. Someone goes to the best, he's not a nice guy and moves on.
So being a miserable prick is not a good thing?
Well, let's talk about another guy right now who is on the ballot for both you, Pete, and you, Al, and that is Rocky Johnson. Now, I didn't vote for Rocky Johnson. I didn't vote for him last year. And this kind of goes into a question I have for others. There are controversial people that get into the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame, obviously. And the question is, should we judge people based on what they do and who they are outside of the ring, even if they've had either a Hall of Fame career or even a borderline Hall of Fame career? Because this is kind of what went into my thinking about Rocky Johnson. Obviously, he just died in this past year. We had a chance to really look at his career, read the bios, evaluate what he did. But then there are also the other stories, the outside the ring activity, which that personally caused me not to consider him. It's also in the past caused me to stop considering wrestling too. But what do you guys think? Should we be considering outside the ring activity when thinking about the wrestlers?
Well, I guess I'll go first. Again, with my baseball familiarity, they didn't keep Ty Cobb out going to old school. Then when you go more recently, the big controversial name is Pete Rose. And for him, if you look at the idea that he bet on baseball and never admitted it till well after the fact, I might add, and killed the commissioner. But he was an absolute scumbag in general as a person. Should that keep someone out of the Hall of Fame? And you have to realize as time went on, what we used to call yellow sheet journalism has become the norm for news now. And I put news in quotation marks. So the same idea, when you look back on pro wrestlers, the way the business was, it wasn't exactly the cleanest business in the world, and you weren't having choir boys that were part of it. So I think for Rocky's time, I do know what you're talking about, and a lot of that stuff might have happened after his career or very late. So it's kind of hard because when you look back, and I'm just bringing up a random name, Luthez, let's say, we don't know about what went on with him. We don't know his personal life. We don't know anything bad that would have happened. That stuff is so much more out there now. I just kind of feel like I don't think it's fair to do that. We're not judging them on their personal life. We're judging them on what they did in the ring and what they did for the business and what they meant to the business. And I don't think any of the bad stuff meant anything towards the business or was a detriment to the business in any way. That's my opinion.
Al, what do you think?
I think the world has changed so much over the last probably 10, 15 years that nowadays voters do take that into consideration. And it's not wrong of them to do so. I want to say I don't, and clearly since I voted for Rocky, I don't. But I'm sure there's some level of acts that someone could do outside of wrestling that would cause me to not vote for them no matter what. But I think using this standard, if we go back and look at everyone that's in the Hall of Fame already, we could probably knock 25% of them out. By using the same standard that people are currently using for Rocky or Wrestling 2 or what have you. It's just, like Pete said, the wrestling was a dirty business, or it was a business for people that were not made to have quote unquote normal jobs and work 9 to 5 and in an office and this and that. It catered, it appealed to people on the outskirts of society. So we shouldn't be surprised that they were untoward people in their personal lives, especially given the way the business works with traveling and less responsibility and all that sort of stuff. So it's a function of the business. I certainly understand why people will take that into consideration when voting or not voting for someone. I personally wouldn't do it unless it was something really, really significant and extreme.
Steve, what do you think about the idea of looking at someone's character outside of the ring and judging them as a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I think it's worth doing, but I think perspective's important. Pete probably summed it up really nicely when he said how did it affect wrestling, the way they acted and the things good or bad that they did. And that's a tough thing because now we like there's a lot of moralizing and stuff, and I don't know if you. I guess it depends when it comes down to voting, though. It's still personal. It's how it may have affected you or someone you know. If we looked at the old days when there were more retired wrestlers voting, they probably have had their votes affected on their personal dealings with people. So it's just changing a little bit. But yeah, Rocky is an interesting one. Like he has a bad rep down here in New Zealand. So yeah, I mean that's part of the reason I didn't vote for him, but it's not the only reason. But yeah, it was interesting to. I ended up talking to Dave Cameron about it and actually got him to fill out a ballot, but I don't know if his was counted because it was after the cutoff. But yeah, we talked a bit about Rocky, so it's kind of interesting that his rep is getting around as far as not being the most upstanding individual, but at the same time, he was very exciting in the ring, and he was a main eventer. So I don't kind of want that one thing to overshadow the other.
I would also say like the gypsy lifestyle that the guys led as well. I mean, you think about if you wound up, judging anybody that lived the gypsy lifestyle, where would that hit on the whole good person, bad person standards we have now?
Yeah, I think it comes after. Definitely, it's something that you would view after all the other things that you're meant to view, like if they're a standout in the ring and drawing power and all that stuff. And those are all positive things they might have done for wrestling. And then I guess you just counter that at, well, what were the negative things? And a lot of that personal stuff is small and personal, but if there's a history of it, then it kind of does affect wrestling,
Yeah, I mean, there are certain guys that I couldn't even consider. I could never even consider Grizzly Smith. Someone could sit here and argue, oh, well, he did this, and the Kentuckians did this, and he was behind the scenes, and he did this. Couldn't even consider him. He's completely ruled out. And he's not on the ballot. I'm just using him as an example. Jimmy Snuka. Jimmy Snuka murdered his girlfriend. Like, that's a situation where he did great things in the ring. He was so important to the business in 1983 for the WWF, for an expanding WWF. Major star. One of the first big stars of the expansion era for the WWF until he flamed out. So even beyond the murder, and it's a phrase you don't hear all the time, beyond the murder, there were also his reliability issues, the substance abuse issues, which caused him to leave the WWF in 1985, just a couple short years after being the biggest star there. You know, so I mean, for me, I do look at that stuff. With wrestling, too, it's a little tougher for me because there is still stuff we don't know about that, but we do know that he got in trouble. It's in the newspapers for participating in a gang rape of a teenager. And then you look and you say it was in Hawaii when he was a young guy, and it's a long time ago. Do we judge the rest of his career based on that? It's a really, really hard thing. It's a hard thing to weigh. And with Rocky, like you said, I don't think I had known too much of the bad stuff about Rocky 18 months ago. And then all of a sudden, situations with women, situations with kids, situation with his family, situation with just ripping people off or screwing people over. There was a flood of these stories that I heard in a very short period of time. I personally couldn't overlook those in consideration of Rocky. Now, let me be honest. Even if Rocky was a saint, I personally don't think he's at that level of being a Hall of Famer. I think Rocky would be in the Hall of Very Good, as some may put it. I don't see him at that level. But for me, and I don't know, you know, I guess just the two big things would be Jimmy Snuka and Chris Benoit. Because of those two things, it makes me look at some of the outside of the ring issues as well. Someone being a liar, I don't know if that would dissuade me from voting for someone. Someone running around on their wife, I wouldn't endorse it, but I don't know if that would dissuade me from voting for someone. But it's other issues. It's beyond that, to me, it's an automatic disqualification.
Yeah, it's interesting with Benoit, right? Because they voted and he stayed in. So it's tough to take the moral high ground on that one, isn't it?
Benoit got in, and then there was a vote to keep him in or kick him out, and he got voted to stay in. That's right.
When was that vote?
Steve, do you remember?
I think it was I can't remember now. I remember having the printed issue. It would have been, I guess, a year or two after. It wouldn't have been any more than that.
So do you think if they did that now, the result would be different?
I think so, yeah, because you've got more young people voting.
Yeah,
and
I agree, absolutely.
Yeah. It's an interesting point. The timing of it is so important. And the timing of everything with the Hall of Fame is important. Just like we talk about a guy's career. You know, Kurt Angle got in the middle of his career. Brock Lesnar got in the middle of his career. Now that we know that, we didn't know where his career was going for a while there. But a lot of guys, it takes forever to get in. Let me ask you guys about another few names. Let's go to England, because I know, Steve, that's one of your areas of focus. You talked a little bit about it last year. Obviously, you voted for Jackie Pallow. Pete also voted for Jackie Pallow, but I also want to ask you about someone who almost got in, on the cusp of getting in this year. And I wonder how much of this is timing, is because he just passed away and people read his biography in the Wrestling Observer. Mark Rollerball Rocco. What do you think of Rollerball Rocco and his candidacy for the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I think, I voted for Rocco this year. That was mainly because some of my votes went in last year. And like I talked about, I'm going to try and keep a good amount of my votes in that category if I can, just because I think it needs better representation in the Hall. I think, him passing away, sure, because then people start to acknowledge his career and what he'd done. When I talk to other people in the wrestling business about Rocco, it's amazing. It's like universally positive, and especially the tributes when he passed away. So I think that has an effect on people that, may have watched him and then sort of forgotten about him in a way. Just remember how exciting he was as a performer. But, the way the British wrestling was set up at that time too, he wasn't, quite often the main guy, but maybe on the second or third show, he'd be the top guy. But yeah, it's interesting. I think he'll get in, but it would have to happen the next couple of years, I think. Otherwise, something else will have to happen again to trigger people to get interested in him as a candidate.
Were you surprised that Jackie Pallo didn't do better this year?
No, I think it's just a slow thing to convert people to from putting you on a contender list to actually voting for him. It's so long ago, and because he wasn't a heavyweight, and he wasn't a guy that had a belt, because he didn't really need titles. He just didn't need them. But it's hard to explain. I mean, a lot of things people talk about Big Daddy, about, Jackie Pallo did those too, but before him, and he had a This Is Your Life, and he was in all the TV shows. It's kind of hard to describe it. He was in all the major TV shows at the same time that he was the featured wrestling guy. But when I talked to Dave Cameron about it, I was like, I've got Jackie on my ballot, and Jackie is quite a polarizing guy, so I expected Dave to be like, yeah, well, he's great, but this and that. But he was one of the greatest draw cards of his time, so I felt pretty justified in my choice there.
Now, Al, the fascinating one, or one of the fascinating ones on your ballot, is Randy Orton.
What? I voted for Randy Orton? Are you sure?
What went into this vote? What was your thinking? And I'm not saying he is or isn't a Hall of Famer. I mean, you're the only one I've met so far that's voted for him.
Well, that's comforting. No, I mean, longevity. He's at the top. He's a guy that whenever they needed someone to fill a role at the top, whether it's just to be a short-term challenger for one of their 17 heavyweight, world titles, or they needed someone to, no one pops a house anymore, but to, freshen things up, they would book an RKO out of nowhere. And they went back to the well year after year after year after year. His in-ring work it's one of those that modern fans, might think he's not very good, and old school fans might not think he's very good because he almost sort of blends the two, but he's a really smart worker. If we go in the theory that the key to being a good wrestler is less is more, he certainly exemplifies that. And he's managed to stay relevant for, at this point, decades. It's not, I don't think it's 20 years necessarily as a top guy, but it's I think 15 years. He's, yes, it's only been in the one place, and that was the only place he's literally ever worked except for Ohio Valley, but he's good. He's smooth. He makes it look effortless, and he has stayed on top despite being what a lot of people might call bland or predictable. He has still been able to maintain that role.
So why didn't you vote for Edge?
Not the same length of career, I think, on top.
Do you think Randy Orton's peak was bigger than Edge's peak?
I think it was long. It was longer. I think he had a much longer run at or near the top, whereas Edge, Edge flamed out too early, perhaps is the way to say it. And remember, I shared a locker room and I shared many a car ride with Edge and Christian back in the day. So, I love the guy. He now lives in my former residence of Asheville, North Carolina. So I've got a lot of things I like about the guy, but I think Orton just has a longer, more sustained period of being in a certain spot.
Yeah, I think he's a very strong candidate. I didn't vote in that section, but Randy is. I reckon he's one of the top candidates in the last 20 years for sure. Like time and time again, they go back to him. It's almost like you don't even notice. It's a bit like the criticism that he gave about his dad, that he made it look too easy. I think we don't really respect what he can do, and he can work with just about anyone. All his peers rate him highly. Those things you can't take away from him.
I'm going to throw something in too that to me there's an anti-WWE bias in the voting, and I'll go the other direction as well. I think there's too much of a pro-Japan bias. How can you argue that Randy Orton only worked for the WWE, yet vote guys in from Japan that only work for one company there? And the thing is that things have changed, and there really aren't that many places to go. So it's not like these guys can go away. As Jimmy always says, how can I miss you if you don't go away? I don't even know. I know people complain about the booking now, but how do you do that? How do you sit there and have the guys that are just going to stay in your company and keep them constantly relevant, without doing an injury angle or something like that? It's changed, but I think it's held against the WWE guys like an Edge, who I voted for, and Randy Orton, who I almost did, versus these guys in Japan that will work for the same company forever. And, and I know it may be segueing into something, but I really was looking at that Akiyama being voted in, and I'm going like, this is not a main event guy. There's plenty of guys that worked at the same level on the card as him. So how did he get in? And how are these other guys not getting more recognition? And again, I think it's the observer bias towards the work rate, and the Japanese and the Mexican bias, and the UFC bias doesn't really feel it fit in here, but certainly the AEW does. Anyway, I'll stop.
I definitely think there is an observer bias, for lack of a better term, towards work rate. And with that said, there's also now a precedent that you don't need longevity. Tiger Mask, of course, is in for 2 years, but Tiger Mask changed the business. But Kenny Omega is now in, and primarily Kenny Omega is in for his work in New Japan. So that kind of takes the longevity thing out of the equation. So with that said, knowing that we don't need incredible longevity and that there's a bias towards good work rate, Pete, you, me, and Al all voted for the Steiner brothers. I went back and watched a bunch of Steiner brothers matches this year, and they were even better than I remember. They stand out even more now than they did in 1990 and 1991. What do you guys think about the Steiner brothers? Should they be? Well, you voted for them, so obviously you think they should be in, but talk a little bit about your advocation for the Steiner brothers.
Well, I think they changed the business. Simple as that. They did things that no one else ever did. If you look at the whole Frankensteiner thing, and I do realize some guys in Mexico were doing something similar, but it wasn't a guy of that size, and they revolutionized a lot of things. And again, with the the whole tag team piece becomes a problem, because how long can you stay together? But by the other thing I think hurts them, again, is the observer Japanese bias, because they hurt some Japanese boys, and they're so people are going to hold that against them. I've heard whining about that forever, about how stiff they were in some of their matches, but they were incredible. Like you just said, that was my basis. They changed the business.
Yeah, I agree. They were revolutionary. Scott, much more so than Rick, but Rick was really good. And by the time they gelled as a tag team, Rick understood his role, and he couldn't do the things that Scott did, so he didn't try, and he let Scott do that, and he was the tough guy. But but they worked in Japan for a while. They had a long run in Japan, a successful run, for the most part. They obviously their WWF run was not spectacular, although I don't think that was their fault. I just don't think they understood how to use them. But Brian, you're right. They were so good. I remember, when Scott first started doing the Frankensteiner and all those things, like as a fan, you're like, oh my God, I didn't think that was possible. It almost reminded me of the first time I saw a Too Cold Scorpio at that Clash of the Champions, especially since he was a nobody. Yeah. But Scott had been around for a while and wasn't, it's not that they weren't pushed, but that, they just were sort of a upper level tag team. And then all of a sudden, Scott just got really, really good, really, really quickly, or at the very least started doing things that he hadn't done before. And it's just like, oh my God, I didn't think that was possible for anybody, let alone a guy the size of what Scott was at the time. And I would love to know, wrestlers of today, what their influences are and how many of them name Scott. And I think that's someone you don't think of that a lot of modern wrestlers would have grown up wanting to be like. But I have a feeling if you ask them, a lot more than you think would say, oh, Scott Steiner absolutely was an influence for me.
But there's the thing right there that you're saying is that, we know that there are modern wrestlers who vote. So these are some younger people. These are people in their 20s. Do they think to the Steiner brothers, who were a defined tag team between 1989 and 1995, 96, although I would say their Hall of Fame run was pretty much late 89 until 1994, do they look at them as a tag team, or do they see Scott Steiner, who became a very, very different wrestler, very different character towards the end of the 1990s? There were no more Frankensteiners. All of a sudden, he was a completely different wrestler, did promos. So, early on, Scott was this incredible, spectacular wrestler, and Rick was the guy that was over. Rick was super over with that crowd. Scott came in as his little brother and then impressed everyone with what he could do. And before you know it, they were revolutionizing tag team wrestling. They did things that no one else had ever done before. I mean, there were things that people still try to copy that they did. It was so impressive. But I wonder how many people think of Scott Steiner, the big bad booty daddy or whatever he was, instead of thinking of the actual run they had just as the Steiner brothers. But Steve, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I do. I think that I definitely think there's the memes of Scott Steiner probably don't help them, and that's got nothing to do with them. That's the thing. That's young people cutting up videos and taking weird old WCW horror promos and finding fun in them, but that's not what we would be judging the Steiner brothers on. I think they're a very strong candidate, and it's weird to think that they're kind of underrated now, because I feel like following wrestling in the 90s, they were always one of the top names when you talked about tag team wrestling or even just exciting babyface wrestlers. You always look forward to the Steiner brothers and you wanted to see the matches and stuff. So it's almost like we're kind of living in that moment where people talk about the 50s or 60s wrestlers, and it's like, oh, you had to be there kind of thing, because it's like really the Steiner brothers were awesome and very inspirational. They're a strong, very strong candidate. So I don't know what we do there, but I guess just keep talking about them.
Now, Steve, you actually had two guys on your ballot get in this year, the candidates from Mexico, Medico Asesino and Karloff Lagarde. What led to you voting for them?
Yeah, Lagarde, I'm just checking. I'm sure I've had him on my ballot before. And basically I just went back and forth whether I've had him on my ballot. I got interested in him when I was researching about when they had the magazine used to give out the Wrestler of the Year award. And he got it a couple of times in the 60s, and I kind of learned about that. But, he was always figured in the welterweight scene, which was one of the major weight classes in Mexico. And it just kept adding up, the amount of, things I read or results I went through, and just, young and old sort of people interested in Mexican wrestling kept going. He was one of the best guys, and he had exciting matches. He wasn't always the main guy, but again, he was always figured in. And with the Medico Asesino, that just seems to be something I wrote somewhere else, but it just seemed to be like an oversight. Like, okay, we in 1996, we didn't have the information available, but really he should have gone in that first class, because anyone, you build a TV show around in opposition to the major wrestling company, that's pretty special. And then when that, fell apart, then EMLL picked him up and used him on top. That's he drew money, man. That's a major star there. And he did well in America too. Which an interesting thing was talking to some American people, because they viewed it that way. Oh, he was big. He did well in Texas. Oh, and he was good in Mexico, where I looked at it from the other point of view.
One of the things I did on my ballot is I voted for Ole Anderson and Bob Armstrong and Wild Bull Curry, Sputnik Monroe, Pampero Firpo, Johnny Rougeau. Just those are the historical performers I voted for. And I started thinking about something earlier this year when we did the Pampero Firpo special. It kind of hit me. I think Dave Brzezinski may have been the one to say it, that Firpo was on the Mount Rushmore of Detroit wrestling. That when you look at the history of Detroit wrestling, he's one of the biggest stars they had. And then I started thinking about it. Wow, you could say the same thing about Hawaii, that he was one of the biggest stars, one of the 4 biggest stars, if you're using 4 as the number, in the history of 50th state big time wrestling, the missing link. You may be able to say the same thing about Roy Shire's promotion, that Firpo, because of how he got over with the general public with his promos, he may be on that Mount Rushmore in that territory too. And he obviously made an impact in other places like Los Angeles and the World Wrestling Federation and everywhere he went. But I thought about that with Bob Armstrong. And I know we're supposed to think about the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame on a worldwide level. But Bob Armstrong is one of the biggest stars in the history of Southern wrestling. Clearly on the Mount Rushmore of Alabama wrestling. You could maybe argue he should be on the Mount Rushmore of Georgia wrestling, although in some cases that may be more for importance, what he did or what he didn't do, staying with the NWA. And, because there have been a lot of big stars there, but major star in Georgia, major star in Tennessee, one of the biggest stars ever in Alabama and Pensacola, and a big star in Florida, worked for Bill Watts a little bit too. I voted for Bob Armstrong using that idea that there is a specific place, Alabama's a pretty big size place, where he was one of the biggest stars ever. Al, you voted for Bob Armstrong. What were your thoughts?
I agree with you. And I think as I mentioned earlier in talking about Sputnik, I think guys, even if they work in numerous territories, if it's confined to a smaller geographical area of the U.S., I'm wondering if that, hurts their candidacy in some voters' eyes. We could also talk about JYD, for example, only being in that one territory for most of his, 4 or 5 year peak. But yeah, I mean, and even when he was the, commissioner of Smoky Mountain Wrestling, he was so over, and he knew how to get the crowd to just react by doing not nothing, obviously, but by doing the littlest things. Again, understanding how to get the most reaction out of the least amount of effort is a handy skill to have in professional wrestling. And he was on top for a long time, and he was relevant for a long time after that.
Pete, what were your thoughts? You didn't vote for Bob Armstrong.
Yeah, and obviously I agree with everything both of you just said, but my thing was, there was 2 parts. One was that I don't really see him as a top guy, if that makes any sense. I think in the smaller promotions, maybe, but not in a bigger promotion. And another kind of litmus test I use, and this goes for Sputnik as well, what would they have done nationally? In other words, in a big national promotion, or I don't want to say would they have gotten over in New York. That's not what I mean. But Bob Armstrong was a master of a lot of small promotions. I think Sputnik was too, but I don't really see that either one of them would have been over in, the bigger promotions. If you want to go with the St. Louis, certainly not up north. And really, Bob Armstrong was like, I don't even think he main evented in Mid-Atlantic for the short amount of time he was there. So was he big in Alabama? Sure. Was he Gulf Coast? Absolutely. At any of the Gulf Coast promotions. A little bit in Tennessee, a little bit in Florida, but that was it. So that was why that was my thought as far as not voting him in.
But you see, that's one of the things I've started thinking about in terms of, as we see so many historical wrestlers get less and less votes because so many people are just not familiar with them or not willing to do the research. It takes time, to read an article. It takes time to research something. But I try not to look at something like Alabama as just being a small territory, because I think they were doing bigger business than a lot of people realized because they were completely off the radar. There was no magazine coverage of Ron Fuller's territory intentionally. He didn't want that. He wanted to be off the radar when it came to a national presence for the most part. And Bob Armstrong was a major star there. And in my voting, I've started to look at guys from the territory era that were major stars in really any place, but if they were major stars in a specific area, let alone more than one area, like I said, I voted for Firpo for the reasons I gave earlier. I voted for Wild Bull Curry, major star in Texas, major star in Detroit, major star in New England, an attraction everywhere he went, recognizable everywhere he went. I voted for him. And I guess to this topic, and Pete, let me go to you first. On the ballot next year is Bill Dundee. I know you love your Memphis wrestling. How do you evaluate Bill Dundee? Now, Jackie Fargo's in the Hall of Fame. I think everyone would say Jackie Fargo's a Hall of Famer, even though Jackie Fargo was a world champion for Jack Pfeffer. Main evented in Chicago when Chicago wasn't doing good, was a main eventer in Boston for Tony Santos. Main evented in the Garden with Don Stevens, later to be Don Fargo, against Rocca and Perez. So there are lots of things he did, but it's really his run in the Ghoulish territory that put him in the Hall of Fame. Jerry Lawler, same thing. Jerry Lawler's done a lot of things on a national level. I think he's a Hall of Famer before any of that. You know, when was the first class of the Hall of Fame? 96? Lawler went in. It wasn't because of his WWF work. It was because of everything he did and everything he meant to the Tennessee territory. How do you evaluate Bill Dundee's candidacy for next year?
Wow. Okay. I'm going to have an opinion that I don't know very many others would. To me, there's a big difference between Lawler and Dundee. I think Lawler is Lawler without Dundee, but I don't think Dundee is Dundee without Lawler.
That is such an I've never heard anyone put it like that. That's such an interesting thing you just said.
Well, thank you. But my thing is this. I watched Dundee, and I guess it was because when I first went there, I wasn't as familiar with Memphis wrestling. And I saw him, and I'm like, I didn't get it. I heard how stiff his punches are, for instance. But if you watch a Dundee match without knowing the background or without listening to the interviews or anything like that, I don't think he's that good. I mean, I know that he was stiff, and I know that he worked his butt off. Okay. I know he knew how to sell, but I thought his offense was horrible. His punches looked terrible. I don't really think he had a finisher. Yeah, he had, his crossbody and whatnot, but I never got it. So I'm not as much of a fan of his as a lot of people would be. That being said, I do recognize the longevity and how over he was. And I'm more like a steak versus sizzle guy. So a lot of that was due to his jumpsuits and all the Elvis-like costumes he wore and things like that. And I do know what a good booker he was as well, and innovative and open-minded and things like that. So it's kind of like a very mixed deal, but I don't think I'd vote for him.
Al, what are your thoughts on Bill Dundee?
Well, and getting to what Pete said, that Lawler would have been Lawler without Dundee and so on and so forth. I tend to agree with him, but I will also say this. I think if you look at how Lawler drew in Memphis and sort of sort it by opponent, I have a feeling Dundee is going to be one of the top drawing opponents over the years for Lawler. And I think that needs to be recognized. I would say, based on looking at who I voted for this year, I think sort of understanding what I am looking for in a Hall of Fame candidate, Dundee is going to be pretty close. As Pete mentioned, he also had a good, he had a really strong run as booker for Mid-South, where they did just ridiculous business. He also, and the other thing, he wasn't necessarily supposed to be an in-ring guy because Watts really thought he was too small. And Dundee's, work at least was impressive enough to convince Watts that, okay, maybe my fans do believe that Dundee could actually beat Kamala. To throw a name out there, for example. And his interviews were underrated, and God, the stuff he and Buddy Landell did together. I mean, even though it wasn't in a top spot, it was sort of in a mid-card role. But my God, he was so entertaining that I feel like I don't know if he would have had a better run as a manager in some of the larger territories towards the late 90s. I know he had the thing as Sir William, which was nothing, but he, I think the larger territories didn't quite understand how to use them, how to use him. But God, he was so good and he was so over, and I think he drew really, really well. That it's going to be really interesting to see what happens next year.
Well, Steve, let me turn this over to you. Any thoughts you have about Bill Dundee, but also,
Sure.
Obviously, there are several other names being added next year. I'm going to assume you're not going to be voting for Nikki Bella, but there's one clear-cut guy I think who will be on the ballot next year, which is Okada. I think Okada will be a first ballot Hall of Famer next year. But there's some other interesting names. What are your thoughts on Bill Dundee or any of the names being added next year?
Yeah, Bill is a good name to have in there because I think there's a lot to discuss. He definitely overachieved as far as someone going to America and making it with it not having size on the side. But I think that is a great example of his wrestling brain being so good. He was so good at his job to stay in the business and to keep. He found a place where he could get over, and he kept going back and drawing money time and time again, and that's something that often gets overlooked in the Hall of Fame. I don't know though if he's a Hall of Famer, but he's definitely a contender. He's probably going into one of the toughest pools of people though. When you put Bill Dundee in there with your Bull Curry and Cowboy Bob Ellis and Firpo, I mean, it's tough to pick one over the other. I know you're talking about Bob Armstrong and people that really defined the territory, and I think that's good if we can separate that out because those people are worth recognizing, and maybe they get overlooked. I don't know if Bill Dundee is quite that guy like Lawler and Fargo, and you've got Tex Riley at the Nashville end. He's sort of been forgotten, but he was that guy for many years too. And then as far as Japan, I mean, I've just not been voting in that section. It's too much of it's a bit of a shark infested water, and there's a lot of new guys. But yeah, to me, I don't like to compare wrestlers, but if you think about Okada, then that's someone where I was like, yeah, I would without a shadow of a doubt, I always wanted to see, the big matches that he was in, and I always thought they were, very good to excellent matches. So that's my 2 cents on him, but I probably won't be voting in Japan again.
Yeah, I think he's going to definitely get in, but I probably won't be voting for him because I will probably not vote for Japan next year. And also, he doesn't need my vote as much as some other people may. Pete, let me turn it back to you because on the ballot next year, we talk about tag teams. The Hollywood Blondes, Jerry Brown and Buddy Roberts. What are your thoughts? Because I'm sure you got to see them in Florida.
Yeah, and it was interesting because, excuse me if I'm wrong about this, but I know Jerry Brown was the last one to pass away of the team, and Dave had one of his awesome obituaries, and I guess those are two words that you kind of say maybe they shouldn't go together. But anyway, but what it focused on, it was obvious that he got help from our Canadian friends because it almost totally focused on their time in Montreal. But it was a little bit eye-opening for me because I know that they had that history in Florida and also in California as well. But I didn't realize how big a history they had in Canada. All that being said, they were innovative, big bumping team. I mean, you guys saw Buddy Roberts much later in his career with the Freebirds, and, they put him in because he could work. And, you got to remember that was a lot later in his career. So you saw how good he was. But my feeling is they're not going to make it. I don't think they were big enough nationally and internationally as well. I'm not saying they weren't great, and will I vote for them? I don't know, but that's just my opinion on it.
Curious about you guys if you think there are any big disappointments this year. Is there anyone that you're disappointed? Obviously, people we voted for didn't get in. Is there anyone you're disappointed didn't get in the most? Are you disappointed by anyone who was dropped from the ballot? A lot of interesting names, from the Von Erichs to Kevin Sullivan to Mario Milano. A lot of interesting names dropped from the ballot. Steve, let me go to you. What are your thoughts about any disappointments you had personally this year with the Hall of Fame? And then anything about it, the voting, or who's dropped from the ballot, or who didn't get in?
Yeah, okay. Here's one. Disappointed that Tim Hornbaker didn't get a ballot this year. But it's a bit of an oversight.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I just found that out yesterday. He just wrote it on the forum, and I was like, "What?"
Well, I will actually personally advocate for Dave to give him one. Yeah, that's surprising. I'm very surprised by that, actually.
Because I think there was quite a lot of new people that got ballots this year. I'm not. Yeah, I know. I don't want to out people, but I'm like, hey, what's the deal? What's the deal there where Tim Hornbaker doesn't get one?
That is pretty shocking, I have to say. I will ask Dave for Tim, because I'm a friend of Tim's, and I think Tim does a fantastic job. Just everything he does, it's first class. He really goes out of his way to research and find out more information and get documentation. And, of course, Al, that's something you do. You go out of your way to get a lot of research. You were in Topeka, Kansas, for God's sake. And you've been all over to various libraries, various different places. I'm very excited to tell you I now have the wrestling news on microfilm. But we'll talk about that another time.
Ooh.
What are the big disappointments that you noticed this year, whether it's someone dropped off the ballot or the results, whatever it may be?
As a first-time voter, I don't necessarily think I'm qualified to say that. I'm looking at, who got dropped off, and I don't think there's anyone in there who said, well, gosh, not only should they be on the ballot, they should be in. I do, Brian, if you don't mind, I actually want to back up to something we talked about 2 topics ago that I wanted to mention but forgot.
Yeah.
And this is a little bit of devil's advocate. If we're talking about Alabama and how being on top in Alabama is important, do we think Cowboy Bob Kelly should be in the Hall of Fame? I think you can make. No,
I think you can make an argument for it, at least.
I think again that Gulf Coast, I think, drew better than a lot of people realize, and he was on top there for years and did so well that he didn't need to leave. And so you look at, I guess the other question, I assume Dutch Savage is not in. But
I'm
think of another guy.
Certain. I would have to double check that. I don't think he is, but I don't know that for sure. I'd have to look at the list.
Trying to think of another guy who was on top for a long time in a small territory. A quick search on the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame Wikipedia page says no.
He was he was dropped from the ballot in 2013, but he hasn't been put back on since.
And I don't think anyone's clamoring for either of them to get there. So, I think the big fish in a small pond is something that a lot of voters don't consider, and they're looking for people that sold out the Garden or the Cow Palace or the glamour territories.
Pete, any big disappointments this year?
I wouldn't say gigantic, but in fact, besides the fact that we're friendly as well, some people know that I teach really, really smart kids, and they're taking college classes in high school, and some of them are in 10th grade, and I'm around brilliant people. Me not being one of them, of course, but I'm just saying that these kids are going to Harvard and Yale and things like that. And I've spent a lot of time around Kevin Sullivan, and I'll say without blinking an eye, he is one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life. Okay, and I think he doesn't get enough credit for 2 things. People know about some of his booking, but the innovative stuff, and also how many times he changed personas. He was the Boston Battler, and then he was this huge weightlifting guy. Then he did the demonic stuff. Then he did the Taskmaster, which is a little bit of each, and all those different things. So he was around a lot longer than people realize and did quite a bit. But I do see that, was the main event anywhere other than Florida? Probably not. But he was in some of the other southern territories that we were talking about earlier. And I just would hope he would get more recognition than he does.
Guys, before we wrap up, a couple other things. I have advocated the last few years for Roy Welch to be a historical inductee because he had a massive territory for decades and was a very successful promoter. I think it's hard to deny that. I think it's kind of crazy there's not a single member of the Welch or Fuller family in the Hall of Fame, considering everything they did for Southern wrestling. But maybe there's a bias against Southern wrestling, actually, in the Observer Hall of Fame due to the fact that we are so far away from the Territory era. People don't realize just how successful some of these people were. But I've also advocated for Morris Siegel. I voted for Morris Siegel again this year. I think I was the one who got Dave to put him on the ballot. But that's where the issue comes in. Should he be on the ballot? Or should he be a inductee as a historical oversight who should have been in the first class? Paul Bosch was in the first class. The guy who promoted the same town for longer before him isn't in the first class. Morris Siegel's never going to get enough votes to get in. It's just never going to happen. What do we do about these people? And there are several others, I'm sure, and Mexico has seen their share of them, who should have been in that first class. Clear-cut Hall of Famers. Guys who you cannot really argue against what they did, especially when compared to some of the other people who were either placed in the first class or have been inducted since. How do we deal with some of these figures who, as years go by, it gets further and further away from when they did whatever it is that they did? Let me go to you first, Steve.
Yeah, well, there's two things. So, they put Dan Koloff in this year. That's great. Phil Lyons does some, awesome bios, and he's been going and reading all these papers in these languages that some of us can't read. So that's been really, really useful. I think you just got to make it either they're going in a historical. So just, write an awesome bio with all the facts and all the evidence that you can get. I'm planning on doing one. I don't know if it'll be ready next year. It might be 2 years away. And that's one way to do it. Or the other way is if they're on the ballot, I guess one thing that we didn't really talk about, but reporters seem to be quite an influential voting part of the ballot. So maybe we just need to write some good articles that reporters will respect. And maybe that's the way to do it. I don't know if there's any one way, because I think we can all think of some awesome historical candidates, because most of us are all researching history, and you see these people and you go, man, they're probably overlooked. So for, every Medico Assassino, there's probably 2 or 3 others that aren't, and promoters especially. Looking at Europe, I mean, the lack of promoters from Europe is pretty staggering. There's not any in there. And it was like, well, how did they do business for all those decades? They ran the company.
Should there be a cutoff? Should it be that if you were active or what you did was before, just to throw a number out there, before 1965, then no, you're not going to be put on the ballot. There's a special historian class that debates you and votes on you. Or, Dave has just put people in based on certain people advocating for them. Martin Kardashian got in because Kurt Brown insisted for so long that Dave needs to look at what this guy did in Argentina. So that's the question. When we get people like Morris Siegel, who's not going to get the votes, and he died so long ago, should there be a limit? Should it be, if their career ended, or the majority of their career ended, or they passed away more than 50 years ago, then there's a special class, a different class of voting. In baseball, if you don't get into the Hall of Fame, there's now the Veterans Committee, and they have their own problems. Believe me, I'm not just saying they do a great job.
Yeah. I mean, Dave said it's 1950. That's kind of a loose, he's written it down. So my only issue is I'm starting to think 1950 probably is getting to be too far back now. So maybe it needs to come forward, like you said, 65 or something. I mean, there aren't that many magazines from 1950 left. So, maybe that needs to keep moving forward. I mean, the issue with the Legends Committee, it sounds great on paper, but, I have a lot of debates with, Steve Yohe, I really like, but it's not. I don't think everyone's going to agree on everything. So even if you go, okay, well, Morris Siegel will put him in front of the Legends Committee. I guess it's working out what the percentage there is for passing someone in.
Pete, what are your thoughts about some of the people who it's been a long time since they were active in wrestling. There aren't that many videotapes of them. People may not know all about their career. How do we get some of these important figures who should have been in that first class? How do we get them into the Hall of Fame?
Okay, well, I have two thoughts on this. One of them is that exactly what you guys were talking about, what has seemed to work is someone strongly advocating, but more importantly, doing the research and putting something out there for people to read so they can learn about the accomplishments. I've seen that work a few times where someone does a big biography about someone and they publish it in the Observer and then the guy gets voted in. A lot of times I know that happens after someone passes away as well, but maybe that could be something. I know it would be a lot of work for a lot of us, but maybe that would be something to do, kind of like when we talk about, you hear Les Thatcher advocate for using Tom on Raw to do personality profiles. Maybe we could talk Dave into and I'm sure he would do it, whenever someone writes some article on something, or maybe once a month, feature someone that someone was advocating or a story. But again, you'd have to have someone write it. Separate from that, this is a personal piece, but I'm saying personally in the idea that this is what helped me this year, is that maybe this show that we're doing now, Brian, maybe we should do it before we vote, because I know from being on last year's show, listening to a couple of people who were on, they convinced me that Sergeant Slaughter, for instance, was worthy of being in the Hall of Fame, and I voted for him this year. It's the more that's out there, the better. And that's my other piece, is that, the more you hear about it, the more chance someone would have of going in. So that's something I think I said last year as well, that if we had done that show before the ballots were in, I would have voted differently.
I think I will definitely consider that for next year, like a Wrestling Observer newsletter pre-induction or advocation special where everyone can come on and pitch a specific candidate that they think someone should look at.
Yeah, and if you put it out there, it's just another way besides the written word of getting that stuff out there, getting the information out. And you have people that are passionate enough about some of these guys that would come on, and maybe they're not great writers, but they're good speakers. It's just a thought.
Al, as we begin wrapping things up, this was your first year of voting. What were your thoughts about the process and about this year's Hall of Fame class?
So everyone that got in was from international. I think looking at the list, there are so many borderline candidates from the U.S. In both the historical and modern era categories. And as Dave explained, there were a lot of people that voted for quote unquote combos. Like a lot of people that voted for Orton also voted for Edge. A lot of people that voted for Slaughter also voted for JYD. I just don't see anyone. Like I said, I think Sputnik should be in, but aside from that, there are no home runs in the U.S. And so I think there's just so many people that seeing how he does this, I guess attrition will over the years take some people out of it. One person that's low on the list, I don't think has a shot of getting in, but the more I learn about territories in the 70s, the more I really want to do a deep dive, and that's Killer Carl Cox, because everyone who has ever worked with him has said, they've all said he's the best, but they've all said he's one of the best they've ever worked with.
You do realize that Pete Lederberg is like the biggest Killer Carl Cox fan in the state.
I do now.
Yeah,
I do now. But he was just, and he was, he had a long run. I mean, he worked for McGurk. Him and Dick Murdoch basically had a 2.5 year, almost contiguous run. First as a tag team, and then feuding with each other, and then a couple years later they flipped roles and feuded with each other again. But they were and they were so good. The first Superdome show. Even though Watts versus Terry was the main event, they say Murdoch and Cox in the Jim Bowie death match was what drew the house. But he just gets such glowing reviews from everybody that was ever around him that it's something worth looking into. But that being said, I don't think he's a Hall of Famer based on who's in there now.
Pete, what are your thoughts on Killer Carl Cox? I can't let this wrap up now without you giving your thoughts.
Well, I thought he was amazing to me because if you just looked at him, he looked like a guy off the street, to tell you the truth. But
his name's Herb. What do you expect?
Yeah, and Gerwig and Bailey. But if you talk to people, if you listen to what Eddie Graham said and the amount of respect he had for him, and Eddie Graham was into amateur wrestling and believability, and Killer Carl Cox did everything. He was funny beyond. He was hilarious. I wouldn't say Dick Murdoch before Dick Murdoch, because Dick Murdoch learned a lot from him. The whole brainbuster, their style, the joking around. The difference was that Murdoch, I think, was a better wrestler, so to speak, and Cox could sit there and incite riots. I mean, it's some of his interviews, he would say, I was voted most likely to succeed in a riot, but he could be a babyface, a heel, could get people going either direction, and was unbelievably effective in any role that you put him in. And he, like I said, he didn't look like anything, yet people were scared to death of him. He'd walk out to the ring and people were just backing off because they legit thought he was crazy. And I know it sounds funny nowadays because that would be something I think be impossible to pull off, but he just was that good.
Well, Steve, I got to include you in this. Obviously, Killer Carl Cox is on the ballot for being in the Wrestling in Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Pacific Islands, and Africa category. I think we can cross Pacific Islands and Africa and Europe off that list. But what do you think about Killer Carl Cox based just on what he did in Australia?
Well, he did very well in Australia. Honestly, I think putting him in that category is probably what throws people off voting for him, to be honest. I mean, but then, Dominic DeNucci did even better, and he's in that category. So maybe that's just Dave. Dave was real close to Jim Barnett in his opinion. So maybe why Carl is in the Australia category first and foremost. Everyone respected. I remember being at Cauliflower Alley Club when he was there, and everyone was like, "Oh, there he is!" Like even all the other wrestlers were like pretty stoked to see him, and they had quite a high opinion of him in the ring. He's a very, very strong candidate. I think Australia as well. Putting Australia with Europe, like I said last year, they're worlds apart. So it's a strange thing to I don't think anyone who's voting for Europe specifically is going to go, oh, what about Killer Carl Cox, the American guy who did well in Australia? So I don't know, about where he is, if that helps him or not. I don't think it does.
Did you ever think maybe you're the prime reason that these categories were all lumped in together? You're a guy in New Zealand who's an expert in British wrestling.
Well, I've only really been I knew about British wrestling for years, but I've really only been seriously researching it for 5 years. So, no, it used to just say miscellaneous or something. The Pacific Islands one always gets me because it's like, well, I'm just finding stuff. I just got a scrapbook the other day about wrestling in Cook Islands and Rarotonga. Who do you even put in? So, but that's the wider conversation. But one thing I did want to say was, I know we've been a bit pessimistic maybe just because there's been so many people with low scores this year, but, people that do fall off the ballot do get back on. So if you believe in someone, just for example, I was going to say Jun Akiyama, he fell off the ballot 2008 and he got back in, he got in this year. So, don't give up.
We continue our look at the 2020 class of the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame with a panel that went so well last year, we decided to bring it back here again this year for The Revenge. But here they are once again, it went so well. First, from Southern California, a man who's done everything from promote to referee to tell great one-liners, Dan Farren. Dan, how are you?
I'm doing fine. It's great to be here again. I turned on the TV today and I saw that there were protests in the streets and fights, and I thought, boy, this Hall of Fame election is really getting out of hand. Then I realized, no, that's the other election. Yeah. So it's good to be here. It's good to talk to Marty.
There's more than one series of ballots that are in question right now, but we'll get more into that.
Yes,
but also,
exactly.
also on the line from Canada, a man who also has done everything from promote to manage to wrestle to just about everything, a radio show host. He's your friend and mine, Marty Goldstein. Marty, welcome back to the show.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Brian. It's good to be back, and I'm very relieved that we can leave aside all other factors and talk about what's really important, the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame ballot this year.
Well, on that topic, Marty, why don't you reveal who you voted for this year? Who was on your ballot?
Well, Brian, last year I think I established that I'm a creature of habit and I like to dance with the ones who brung me. And so often from one year to the next, if there's no substantial difference in the intake class, the intake eligibility, I'll carry on with certain performers. So for instance, in the historical performers last year, I went with Johnny Rougeau, Enrique Torres, and Bearcat Wright. Bearcat Wright won election to the Hall of Fame. And so this year I continued with Torres and Rougeau and added a third nominee from that sector, the tag team of Black Gordman and Great Goliath. Similarly, the wrestling in Japan candidates, last year I balloted for Ibushi. I continued with that, and I also cast a vote for Akiyama. I did not this year take any nominees from the U.S. or Canada. From Mexico, again, last year, I had voted for the Death Missionaries who got in, Los Brazos and Carlos Lagarde. I again voted for Lagarde and Los Brazos. And this year I added Medico Assassino. From the rest of the world category, so to speak, I again voted for Johnny Saint and Ricky Starr as I did in 2019. And among the non-wrestlers, last year, I, among others, had voted for Crockett Sr., Jim Crockett Sr. and Ghetto, and they got in. I did some switching up this year. I again voted for Stanley Weston and Don Owen, but my additional votes were for Jim Crockett Jr., Morris Siegel, and Ted Turner.
Dan, who did you vote for this year?
Well, you're going to hear some crossover again. This is why Marty and I do so well together, I think. I basically stayed away from Japan because I really don't feel I'm up on it enough. And the same thing with Europe. And I have a thing about I really don't like to vote for anyone who's still currently wrestling. So actually, I took one person off my ballot from last year. I took Edge off, not because I had anything against him or whatever, but I also felt with some of the new people that were coming onto the ballot this year, I feel very strongly, and we talked about this last year, that there's some historical people that really need to be on the ballot before some of the more recent people come on. I mean, I have no qualms that Edge is going to wind up in the Hall of Fame at some point, but I just don't want to vote for anybody who's working now. And I took Chavo Guerrero Sr. off my ballot, mainly because I figured that was kind of a lost cause. And in a couple of years, he's coming back on the historical ballot, and I'll take another shot at that again. But I wanted to maybe put some points on the board for some of the new people. So my choices are, and a lot of mine are also repeats from last year, Enrique Torres, Spudnik Monroe, Ricky Starr, Carlos Lagarde, the Brazos, Medico Assassino, Black Gorman and the Great Goliath, Pampero Firpo, Rito Romero, and June Byers. And the non-wrestlers, Grand Wizard, Jim Melby, Morris Siegel, Don Owen, and Larry Madison.
Well, let's talk about some of these picks, some of the people who got in, some of the people who didn't get in, and let's start with the most controversial one this year, Kenny Omega. And Marty, let me go to you first because you actually know Kenny Omega. You know his uncle. You've been around him since he first got into the business. And beyond that, you voted for Kota Ibushi, who, very similar to Kenny Omega, is in the midst of his career. He's in the middle of his career. Why didn't you vote for Kenny Omega, and what do you think about him getting in right now, like I said, in the middle of his career?
Just went right for the jugular, didn't you, Brian? Broadcast journalist. I first met Kenny when I got back here from my stint on the West Coast. So it was sometime either in late 2002 or early 2003, but I probably didn't have a conversation with him for a few months. I became acquainted with that was the PCW, Premier Championship Wrestling locker room, but wasn't. I was in the midst of doing the wrestling study actually for the government of Manitoba, and so I wasn't fraternizing, so to speak, with the boys to any great extent. Certainly, I got to know some of them as we surveyed them for the study, but became friendlier with certainly with Kenny in the aftermath once the study was completed. I was a free agent, so to speak, not under government contract. More interestingly, I knew it's his mom's brother, Larry Anson, who a lot of people don't seem to know his name, who was on the first card that I wrestled on, actually. He was one of the first TV interviews I did for New Brand Wrestling. And so I knew Larry going back to 1980, worked with him intermittently. He jumped ship from New Brand Wrestling and went to work for Tony Condello's outfit at one point, and then I ended up working with him, with Tony 1 year as well. And Larry and his then wife ended up, to my shock, I found him on my elevator one day because he lived in the same apartment building as me. So my connection with them goes way back. The easiest way to explain why I didn't vote for Kenny is, like Dan, I'm reluctant to vote for current performers. I said reluctant. It's not an absolute rule. And the biggest reason why Kenny wasn't on my ballot was because, if I'm remembering correctly, Akiyama was on the verge of eviction from ballot eligibility. And I didn't feel that would have been right. And so that's why I cast a ballot for him instead of for Kenny. Also, I think that, to some extent, Kenny's career story has yet to be played out, obviously. It's, to me, voting in somebody in their very first year of eligibility, I don't know if in the years that I've had a ballot, which is I think 5 or 6 years now, I don't think I've necessarily done that. But the biggest reason is because I felt that Akiyama, I did not think it would be right for recognition to be denied Akiyama at this time. And Kenny Omega has many more decades of recognition and accolades coming his way yet.
But you voted for Kota Ibushi. So what was the difference between voting for Ibushi and not voting for Omega?
Oh, I see I understand your question. Yeah, for one thing, I voted for Ibushi last year because I felt that, this is a guy whose body of work against the kinds of opponents he's elevated, his series of matches, for instance, with Omega, as much as the matches with Jericho really elevated Kenny Omega, I think, to a worldwide platform, certainly to the more hardcore fans, who I think were more inclined to accept Kenny, through that process, because their familiarity might have been with him, having matches that other people are very critical of stylistically and in terms of concept. So I voted for Ibushi last year because, to me, he's one of these guys that sort of exceeds that threshold I have about active wrestlers coming in. I maintain my vote for him again. And as I said, Kenny was basically edged because I felt it was important that Akiyama get recognition. No, it's nothing against Kenny at all whatsoever. And I understand that it is controversial in that he's not achieved the kind of drawing power that we traditionally measure in terms of gates in the United States, et cetera. And I'm cognizant of that, but I'm confident that by the time the things are said and done, that Kenny's place in a Hall of Fame of this nature will be well earned. I think there was one statistic that somebody provided Dave Meltzer that Kenny is like the highest rated, him and Ibushi, I think, were the two highest rated wrestlers based on grading their match of the year and standings in the annual awards. Those are the two highest rated guys that are not in the Hall of Fame. So I don't think anybody can, in the long term, dispute it, but I understand the sensitivity over Kenny's ascension this year.
Well, you're saying that you think he's on the trajectory to a Hall of Fame career, but like you just said, and I don't know if I would vote for Omega, because I think really what you're looking at more than anything is the matches with Okada, the success he had with New Japan, how that was parlayed into potentially the development of AEW. And he's had some good matches in AEW, but he hasn't been a performer.
He hasn't been Hall of Fame
He
level.
hasn't been a game changer in AEW. He hasn't been a game changer.
This past year and a half, the game has changed for Kenny. But, I'm not necessarily saying this in his defense. I know I've been in a very peculiar spot in that I've had a very good relationship with Kenny and with his uncle for, forever. There was never a crossword between me and Larry, never a crossword between me and Kenny. When nobody was paying attention to Omega, 06, 07, or 07, 08, 09, he very graciously appeared on my radio program a number of times. I was there the night of his legendary match with AJ Styles. I was also there the night of his less legendary match with Samoa Joe. So I've seen this guy's career from early on. The first match that I said would have been 2003, 2004 that I would have seen of Kenny, and I've known him throughout. He's always been a different kind of cat, a different kind of character. And it starts with the fact that he was a hockey goalie, because goalies are, by definition, they're different kinds. They have different kinds of approaches to life. But Kenny's, in the modern sense, he's got a devotion to what he sees as his craft, to the creative side. And this plays out in AEW with his work in the front office. It's played out with some of the matches he's done previously. So, when people try to measure him and measure his personality against what have been the norms in our industry, he does stand aside from that. He's not a classic, but I can tell you a classic example of that is what I mean to say. But I can tell you, having been in locker rooms with Kenny and having watched firsthand how he treats the guys that he broke in with, the guys that he worked with through the middle part of his career, how he treats the new boys in the PCW locker room. I wish more people got to see Kenny in a real life situation, as I've had the good fortune to. I think they'd have that some of their opinions would be somewhat tempered about him. It's funny to me how he seems, there's like an abrasiveness between him and some members of the wrestling universe. But I can tell you that in up close and personal, circumstances, none of that comes to the fore. I've never seen him act big-headed ever. If he did, everybody does, but I've just never seen anything like that come out. He's not selfish at all. In the matches he's had here in Central Canada with people that would be comparatively speaking nobodies, stars here on the Canadian prairies, but he does not eat guys up and spit them out or anything of the sort. And in that end, it's one thing when we talk about Kenny that I wish more people were familiar with about him, that he's a good guy and he has a lot of character. He comes from a good family, and that's honestly, like, I see that reflected in the dealings that I've had with him. Andrew Shellcross of PCW talks about Andrew in the highest. Andrew talks about Kenny in the highest possible terms, and Andrew's a pretty opinionated guy. So I just want to make that note. I don't think the story of his impact on the industry has not been fully written yet. And I think that's perhaps the best way, again, another way to explain it, but really it was a ballot save. Dan took Edge off and I just didn't go, in this case, I just didn't swing towards Omega for this ballot.
Well, before I go to Dan, you kind of opened the door to something I don't know anything about. Is there a story behind Kenny Omega versus Samoa Joe?
A story best told by the promoter, Andrew Shellcross, but that match ended kind of abruptly with an ending that people were certainly not expecting. And this goes back to, I think, 2007. And Kenny was fresh out of Deep South, pretty much. And Joe was top line star with TNA. And Joe had come in and done a 3-way match in Winnipeg with PCW that was very good. I don't remember who it was. It was Outlaw Adam Knight. I just don't remember who the other opponent was. Might have been Tony Scorpio. I just don't remember. And everybody got along great, and Joe had a great time. He came back for a second match with Kenny, and there was noticeable tension around the locker room and in the air that night. And as I said, it was I don't think things went the way that certainly did not go the way, can say categorically, the promoter would have wanted it to go that night.
Dan, let me turn this over to you, and let me add a little bit to the question. Yeah. What are your thoughts about Kenny Omega getting in this year? But overall, what are your thoughts about a wrestler getting in in the middle of their career. It's happened before. Kurt Angle got in while he was still active. AJ Styles, Daniel Bryan, they got in a few years ago. Again, we didn't know that Daniel Bryan was going to come back, but AJ Styles in the middle of his career, it's happened to other guys. You know, no one really retires other than Jack Briscoe. So you have to look at it that way. It's one thing voting on someone who's still working, but they're in their late 40s or they're 50. But Kenny Omega isn't that. He's a younger guy, and he still has really yet to prove himself in America like he did in New Japan. And we talk a lot about that with Fumi Saito, what he really meant to New Japan. But what are your thoughts about Kenny Omega going in this year? And also, how do you judge someone's work, even if they had matches that you think are the greatest ever, if they are still in the middle of their career?
Well, that's the whole situation, Brian. I don't think I can. So that hinders me in voting for them, because to me, the Hall of Fame is something that your career is done in most cases, or you're finishing up your career, and it's a place of honor for looking at the whole story from beginning to end. And Kenny Omega is far away from his end of his story at this point. And it made me uncomfortable in the past when guys like John Cena or Kurt Angle have gone in early. I mean, I in turn, there's many baseball players you can look at that, Fernando Valenzuela from the Dodgers. After that first season, you could speak really highly about him being a Hall of Famer, and then he faded. And there's a lot of guys that will fade. I have no idea if Omega's going to be one of those guys, but that's why I prefer really and truly. And one of the first things I did when I looked at being a member of the Hall of Fame, I said, I just don't want to vote for anybody that's still active. I want to see the whole career. I want to be able to lay it all out. And I have nothing against Kenny Omega. I truly have not seen him enough wrestle to really make a judgment on it, mainly because of that. Because of that, he's still active now. I watch a little bit of the current product, but I don't have a lot of time, so I have to pick and choose. And I find that when I go over my Hall of Fame ballot, I'd rather spend some time deep diving on some people who I can look at their whole career and lay it all out in front of me that way than somebody who has question marks ahead of them. And that's how I feel about Kenny Omega. There's a long way to go here. There's many twists and turns it can take in the third act, and I don't think it's fair to him. And I just don't think it's fair also to other historical performers to judge him now with a different way. I mean, everything's different now. It's not like it was. You go back to the 50s or the 40s or even into the 70s. It's very different then than it is now. I think Mike Sempervive talked about this a little bit. I heard him recently. I don't want to step on anything that he might have said already. But we're going to have to judge the guys that are working now a lot differently than the original rules that were set up for the Observer Hall of Fame. Guys like Omega and guys like, they talk about Roman Reigns and all these different guys with the WWE. They're working for one company their entire life. And as Mike mentioned, they're a cog in a machine. They're not independent contract. Well, they still are considered independent contractors, but they're not really independent contractors. But the thing is, it's like, to pick one of those guys is the whole idea is the WWE is the brand, and that's what's important to the WWE. And if somebody succeeds, that's great, but they feel like they can yank you out and replace you at any other time. So to give an award to somebody working with the WWE or whatever at this point, and they're still active, it's like making somebody employee of the month. At this point, their work is really good, but we're not talking about employee for the year. We're not talking about retirement. We'll give you a gold watch and put your name on the wall or something. It's just not there yet. And I think that I think a lot of the rules on the Observer Hall of Fame are going to have to change in the future because you can't look at the guys that are working today and compare them to the same situations the guys working in the 40s or 50s or 60s are.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that. And I was just thinking about that exact issue as you were talking about this, because you have a Kenny Omega on the ballot. You have a Kota Ibushi on the ballot. And at the same time on the same ballot is Enrique Torres. On the same ballot is a Johnny Rougeau. On the same ballot is a Pampero Firpo. Fumi Saito had the idea that should almost be different categories, pioneer era, and then everything after that. What do you think about the ballot? I mean, this is usually a question we go to at the end of the segment. Let's talk about it now, because I think it is becoming a little bit of an issue where we see serious historical figures, maybe figures that should have been in the original class of the Hall of Fame that Dave put in.
Mhm.
You know, Morris Siegel is someone who I've championed for in the past, but you have Don Owen on there. You have various people, the Junkyard Dog, and, you know, I know he's another controversial one, but there are all these guys from a different era, from a different business, really, when you think about it. And they're on the same ballot with a lot of these modern guys, and there's only going to be more and more next year. You know, next year Okada is on the ballot.
Yeah.
What can be done? What should be done about some of these historical candidates? Let me start with you, Dan, but Marty, feel free to jump in whenever you want.
Well, you know, we talked a little bit about this. We touched on this last year just a little bit. I mean, you have to take in, there's some other considerations. I mean, the way this thing was set up, it was on drawing power, and it was on, you know, how many different places that you worked. And that doesn't really happen anymore. If you talk to the guys, when I talk to guys from the 1950s and 60s, they don't tell me how many four-star or five-star matches they had. They don't tell me, you know, how they stole the show this night or that night. They tell me how much money they made. They tell me how many butts they put in the seat. That's how they geared everything. And I don't think, and I think it's unfair to take the guys that were working in the 60s and 70s and prior to that in the historical era and then have them on the same ballot with them now. It's also the same way that you take attractions. Women were always looked at as attraction. So they never stayed in a territory that long. They kept moving around. So I think you need to apply that. I think also what we talked about last year, the pop cultural status of it. I mean, people who made TV appearances or who were able to get their name out there. I mean, before I even was a wrestling fan, I knew who Bruno Sammartino was, just because he was able to get out there and get that out there. And I do think that somebody like Enrique Torres, who I think has been on the ballot for like 15 years or whatever, something like that. You look at what he did, and it's not fair to somebody working now, and it's not fair to Torres himself that you have these guys being judged under the same. I mean, you wouldn't take you can't really take, like, say, an actor from today, like Robert De Niro or something, and say, well, let's put him on the same ballot with Humphrey Bogart. There's different factors there, and I think that we need to kind of address that to some extent. And I wouldn't mind seeing things broken up a little bit. I think it would make a lot more sense, and people would understand it better instead of just lumping everything in together that way.
Well, Dan, you made an interesting point. I was just thinking with Ibushi, I believe that between his tag team with Kenny, as well as his career as a junior heavyweight champion, as well as his move up to the heavyweight division, I look at this guy. He's got a string of great victories over top players throughout the era. But if you ask me the biggest house he ever drew, honest to God, I draw a blank. Wouldn't support him on the basis of knowing that he drew houses. I've been voting for, you mentioned Enrique Torres. I've been voting for him for years. Johnny Rougeau, and we talked about Rougeau last year. This is a guy that in the context of Canada, it's bizarre to me that he's not in the Hall of Fame on that basis. That you name a top heel in the 50s, from Kiniski to Hans Schmidt to all up and down the line. And he faced off in headline bouts, places like the Montreal Forum, and waged war with those guys. So I'm inclined to agree. I mean, I certainly see it now, being fortunate to still be in locker rooms and wrestle occasionally, although this year's been very occasionally, unfortunately, that, the mentality of what the wrestlers themselves, what they aspire to, trying to explain to them to put asses in seats with some of them, that doesn't really click in their heads as easily as getting their spots in. And the pop culture impact of a Sputnik Monroe. I'm sure that Torres had quite a bit of cultural impact in Southern California. He would have as a matinee idol on TV in the late 40s, early 50s, and there's no way that is being measured. But in many cases in the primitive era, when some population centers would, if they were lucky, have 3 TV channels or 2 TV channels, guys like Torres, they were the big stars because they were it. And the ability to understand that, I think, is being lost on the modern generation, that sometimes being big was it's like those big crowd, the big ratings that they drew. When was it in '67 in Japan with competing shows, right? And like try to explain that to somebody now that one match with whoever it was, Fez or whoever got a 48 share and the competing match got a 27. Try to explain that to somebody now. They can't even calculate it. So culturally, that is an issue. I think there should be a division on the ballot, some sort of consideration for that, that we've got to start splitting it off.
Yeah, I firmly believe that that's something that it's something like everything. You have to modernize things and you have to kind of bring things up to code to some extent. And, I showed my ballot to somebody, a friend, who's not been following wrestling that long, probably like in the 80s and 90s. And to me, that's not that long. But I showed it to him, and he didn't know half the people on my ballot. The names didn't ring a bell. And that's what we also talked about last year. And one thing that concerns me on a regular basis with the historical people is that, it's Bearcat Wright got in last year. Well, Junkyard Dog got to where he was standing on the shoulders of people like Bearcat Wright. And I think it's very important that we don't forget the historical people. And like I said to somebody today, the guy said, I was a fan of Junkyard Dog in 1985. I was 10 years old, and I don't understand why he's not in the Observer Hall of Fame. And my reply to that was, I understand that, because when I was like 12 or 13 years old, I thought Chief Jay Strongbow was the world. I thought he was the greatest guy in the entire world. And these are the people, no wrestling will ever be as great as those first 5 or 6 years that you first started watching, when you didn't know anything about what was going on, and you would just, go there and just take it in and just feel the emotion of it. But as I got older, I learned that Chief Jay Strongbow wasn't quite the wrestler that I thought he was, and there were some problems there. And while he was a very popular cultural figure, he's not really a Hall of Famer. And I explained to the guy that what the situation there is, that I have nothing against Junkyard Dog. I think Junkyard Dog should go in the Hall of Fame at some point. The trouble is, when I first saw him in 1985, I was in my late 20s. And I was really disappointed when I saw him come into the WWF, because I had heard so much about him and whatever. And I thought, what's the big deal here? And then I started tape trading, and I saw the stuff he was doing in Mid-South. And I truly do believe the Junkyard Dog belongs in the Hall of Fame. But and the Enrique Torreses and the Sputnik Monroes and a lot of these other guys that are coming up, they need to be in there first. And it's not being an aging boomer or whatever. It's just saying wrestling has spent its entire trajectory trying to forget its past. That's why I'm so happy there's books and stuff that Scott Teal has put out, things like that we are able to finally see the history of this stuff. Because most of this is lost because the promoters erased the tapes, or they threw the stuff away, or they didn't keep records of it because it was just something that they were using to make money, and that's all that really mattered at that point. And they never figured anybody would really care about it, say 100 years later. So I'm happy that this stuff is happening, but I do think you need to break these down a little bit. And I don't think that dilutes the Hall of Fame at all. I think it makes it stronger by recognizing there should be different divisions. And
look at how Dave described what went on with Mexico this year, where I note that Dan and I both lucked out in terms of our selections, right, with regards to Assassino and Lagarde. But he described it as there had been a logjam of Hall of Famers that and their eligibility, and that he thinks that the era of the old school luchador, that pretty much most of the guys that deserve to be elevated to the Hall of Fame are now in. And so we've also had that logjam problem in different categories, I think, that squeeze deserving candidates out. We've seen that in the last couple of years, I think, where guys all of a sudden shoot up the ballot because, like Bearcat Wright, because there's a little bit more research done, and more exchange of information about their careers. Like Medico Assassino, I was blown away when I read up on him and how huge of a star. Again, like Rougeau, this is a guy, when you look at who he wrestled in main events, and this wasn't once a month. This was every week in Texas. That was a steady territory. And he took on and beat everybody. Yeah, I was astonished that I didn't realize how huge of a star he was.
Oh, I know. I'm right with you there on that, Marty. Truthfully, I didn't know that much about him at all, and I kind of pride myself on knowing stuff about Lucha Libre. But one of the things I always do with the ballot every year is I talk to friends who are more schooled in different areas than I am, and I heard Mike Tenay talking about Medico Assassino, and I did some more digging after hearing him because I really trust Mike's opinion on that stuff, and I, like you, were blown away by this. I mean, the guy was a big star in TV in the 1950s, and the only reason why he probably is forgotten because he passed away in 1960. He wasn't the average luchador. He was a big guy. He was over 6 feet tall. He was like 275 pounds. He wasn't a high flyer. He was a brawler. And he's like people refer to him as the lost great heavyweight from Mexico.
Yeah.
He was an enormous star. He drew 48,000 people in 1952 wrestling Gardenia Davis, and there's a character that more people should read up about. He's fascinating. But then he came into Texas and had that winning streak, and he actually may be the person that Dusty Rhodes learned the bionic elbow from, because he was doing that long before. I
think that's correct, because I've never read
it.
about it otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
Johnny Valentine, I guess, the only other guy that used the elbow like that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that one thing that Dave had mentioned, and I do believe that with Assassino and with Carlos Lagarde, who should have been in years ago, and that's somebody else that I wasn't all that aware of, and Kurt Brown was the guy who talked to me about Carlos, and I did the research, and I said, oh my God, this guy, he made movies, and actually you can't forget Assassino made the very first lucha film. He was the very first star because Santo didn't want to do it. But Lagarde, held the NWA welterweight title for like over 4,000 days. And so, I mean, for a promotion to trust somebody that much, to let somebody hold the title that long, and I think what happened is that, as Dave said also, that getting Lagarde and getting Assassino in there this year, that does, to me, tie up all the classic luchadors from the past, the ones who all should be in there. Now, I still am holding out for the Brazos. They did pretty good this year. I don't see any reason. I saw them for years, Russell, and I feel like they have a good chance at it next year. And I'm hoping that they do get in there because to me, that's the last of the classic guys that need to get in. And then I feel like I can turn some of my votes to some of the other areas like Europe, which I would like to study and learn a little bit more about.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about the logjam that's there for historical American wrestling performers. But Marty, before I do that, I got curious to something based on what you said earlier. Dave puts how everyone does in the 4 categories: historians, reporters, active wrestlers, retired wrestlers. Which category do you think your votes are going into?
I'm glad you asked. I have no idea. When I returned my ballot, I asked Dave. I did not get a response, not that I expected it. When I look at the results, I don't think he's got me as an active wrestler or retired wrestler. I think he's got me as either a reporter or a historian. And I really don't know which, but I know that my votes very much my ballots very much line up with those categories. Like I'm much like last year, I'm pretty pleased that I'm, consistent with my peer group is probably the best way to look at it. I think I am probably listed as not a reporter, as a historian, because what I write whenever I write once a year for Slam Wrestling, I'm not writing, live event reviews or anything like that. So I think that's where he's got me, and I'm comfortable with that. I don't know everything, but I know what I know, and I'm always interested in studying up on guys and learning more, right? In this game, you never know everything about everybody's career, that's for sure.
That's for sure. And hopefully we get more historians. I think it's important to have people who actively do research because, if you're an active wrestler, you're voting for people potentially that people that you worked with. So it's hard to do that, or at least it's hard to maybe do that objectively. But when we're talking about these classic performers, research goes into it. Looking for more information goes into it. And Dan, let me turn it over to you. You voted for Sputnik Monroe, who I voted for as well, Enrique Torres. Yeah. I voted for Enrique in the past. I didn't this year, not as a slight to Enrique Torres. There were just a couple other people I wanted on my ballot this year. But Pampero Firpo, I voted for Pampero Firpo. You voted for Pampero Firpo. I voted for Bob Armstrong. You know, there are some guys, you hear about that bump after they pass away. All of a sudden, people start evaluating them. Like Lou Albano, I think it happened to. And then they get into the Hall of Fame. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that from either guy, but upon their passing, and of course I did a Pampero Firpo special, and talking to different people in different parts of the country about the impact he had there. I know, like you said earlier, in a sense, we're supposed to evaluate everyone on a worldwide basis and worldwide drawing power. But I think we need to also take it a step back when we're looking at wrestlers from the territory days. And you know the Ole Anderson argument that he didn't go enough places, and we could talk about that in a little bit because he was obviously on the ballot this year for the first time in a few years, first time as a solo performer on the ballot. But I said this before. When I look at Pampero Firpo, I look at a guy that's on the Mount Rushmore of at least 2, maybe 3 different territories. Hawaii, Detroit, and you could argue San Francisco. When I look at Bob Armstrong, I look at a giant of Southern wrestling. He meant as much to Alabama in the 70s and 80s as anyone. He was someone who was a star in Tennessee and Georgia, obviously, and Florida. I look at that and I say, you know, him not being in there is in a sense us saying Southern wrestling doesn't have that importance. You know, he wasn't wrestling in Madison Square Garden once a month. He was wrestling weekly in different towns in Pensacola and Alabama that drew great houses based off him being there.
Yeah.
And I wonder how we're supposed to evaluate some of these guys. You know, Sputnik's a little different because even though Sputnik wrestled in a lot of places and he was a star in Texas and he wrestled, you know, into the 70s in various places, we're really talking about Memphis in 1959. But a lot of these other guys, a Bob Armstrong, a Pampero Firpo, we are looking at guys from the territory era who were major stars in that era, and they're not getting in. What are your thoughts about how we evaluate those guys who, again, they weren't, you know, Pampero Firpo did main event Madison Square Garden, but these guys weren't main eventing Madison Square Garden and the Spectrum and all these big Northeast towns with big populations. They were in towns with smaller populations, but they were running there regularly and returning week after week. And you talk to the people who were there. And, you know, if there was an Alabama Wrestling Hall of Fame, Bob Armstrong's a no-brainer. If there's a Hawaii or a Detroit Wrestling Hall of Fame, Pampero Firpo, no-brainer. How do we take that? Guys who are no-brainers in a territory or in a small system, and how do we equate that to the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame? Again, a Hall of Fame that's changing very quickly.
That's a great question, you know, because and I wish I had just a positive answer that would solve that kind of thing. I do think that maybe it wouldn't hurt to break things up into territories. I mean, I don't think it would diminish anything. I think it would just be saying that we have to start realizing, you know, when we were kids and we were watching it back in the territory days, there was just one area. It was your wrestling area, and you didn't know anything about any of the other wrestling areas unless you got some of those little, you know, typed up mimeographed newsletters, or you bought magazines. So I remember the first time that I saw Pampero Firpo was in 1975, and actually my experience of seeing him live, he was a babyface. And I have to tell you, he was a really great babyface. They brought him into LA to challenge Ernie Ladd for the America's title. Now, think about the size difference there. So you have to have a great match to be able to win the title from Ladd and to make it look like it means something. And Ladd, of course, was the master of working with guys smaller than he was. I mean, he knew exactly what to do to put them over. And when I first saw Firpo, and I tell you, Brian, the shows that you did on Firpo kind of rewoke me and made me realize how great Firpo was. Because when I first started watching wrestling, when I was watching the old Superstar show with the WWF, I saw him on TV. So when I went to my first live card in the mid-'70s, he was on the show. And I was really excited because to me, he was like the biggest star there. Because, I mean, I'd heard about him. I'd read stories about him and done all that. And all of a sudden, so he comes out and he did not disappoint. He was great. And from a sentimental standpoint, he was the very first wrestling autograph I ever asked for. I still have the program that he autographed to me. But the thing that was shocking to me as I stood next to him was that he was about 3 or 4 inches shorter than I am. And I realized as time went on that basically one of the things that was so great about guys like Firpo is he may have been like 5'7" or 5'8" or whatever, but when you watched him on TV or you watched him in the ring, he was 6'9". He was gigantic that way, and that's why I voted for him, mainly because of the fact that he had done so much, and it was a nice way of I think of honoring him. And I do believe that, he was almost a special attraction. He worked enough places there. But I do think with Bob Armstrong, like I said, I toyed with putting Bob on my ballot, but I truthfully thought, because I had not seen enough of him. I'd seen mostly the later stuff, and I'd seen tapes now. I saw him wrestle live one time when the NWA came out here to California. But I really kind of thought that he might get the bump with his passing this year. But again, I think that shows a lot. If you look at the percentage that he got, is that a lot of historians and a lot of guys that look at him as a Southern wrestler probably, and that he was coming, he's in a part where maybe they're not that familiar with him or whatever. So I do think that I wouldn't mind seeing it broken up into territories or broken up into things like that, because it's just a shame that so many of these guys and as time goes on, they get lost in the ether. They get farther and farther back. I'm looking at the percentage points for most of the guys that I voted on this year, as opposed to the ones that didn't get in last year. Their points Spundick went down, Enrique went down, Ricky Starr went down. All those guys went down in percentages, and I think we need to do something so that people don't forget who these people are.
I just want to, sorry, Brian, I didn't mean to step on you. I just want to chime in on Firpo for a second. I when I first saw him, I was 8 or 9 years old. I think I was 9 years old, and he was brought back into the AWA territory. And although I think might have been a heel for maybe like 2 weeks, which he was when he had left, which I think was in 66 or something. And coming back in, they turned him very quickly. I'm not even sure here in Winnipeg we saw the turn. He might have just come in straight here as a babyface, as a partner to Billy Red Lions, and to the Crusher, challenging the Vachon brothers. And then he came back again for another run in 75, 76. And, very much I concur that, for a voter like myself, I saw him as an attraction. He was never pushed to the top in the AWA in the runs that I saw, and he wasn't positioned that way. He wasn't put in a position of trying to draw the house compared to maybe the way he was a draw in Texas or Hawaii. And so to me, although I'm a big fan, and he had cultural impact, and my God, people were imitating him on the playground here as much as they were imitating the Crusher or Mad Dog Vachon. But to me, I never saw him at a Hall of Fame level, or where he performed at a Hall of Fame level. Similarly with Bob Armstrong, although when I broke in, he was certainly a guy of some prominence, because he was in the middle of, it's right around the issue with Piper and DiBiase and his face surgery, his accident and stuff. And so, he was never, I never experienced him as a superstar, but rather as a top of the card territorial guy. I don't mean to compare him unfairly to somebody, but it would be like a Stephen Littlebear was in Vancouver or something. Now I realize in retrospect that Armstrong was a bigger star than Littlebear was, but I just sort of saw them as comparable cogs, in the promotions. And so I honestly, I didn't consider Bob Armstrong for a second on my ballot. Having said that, in the past, Dan, like yourself, I have voted for June Byers. And I think these are all good examples of people who have made an important impact on the sport, and where the current balloting system is not permitting enough voters to show recognition for their achievements and their accomplishments.
Well, Marty, to that point, let me ask you, and by the way, what you just said about Firpo, I've heard that from people in various places, California, Detroit, Hawaii, that kids on the playground were copying him and his way of speaking. And oh yeah, like they were copying that. Randy Savage.
All of us.
Copy that. And I think that goes into the cultural impact question, if that's something you consider. But to this point of looking at someone who, again, I hate to use Mount Rushmore because it's such a stupid, arbitrary thing, but let's use that. You know, if you're going to look at any territory and say, who are the 4 biggest stars in the history of this territory? I look at someone like Archie Goldie, the Mongolian Stomper. He's certainly on the Mount Rushmore for Stampede. He's certainly on the Mount Rushmore for East Tennessee wrestling. How do you see someone like that? You being in Canada, and I know you're not in Alberta, so maybe you don't see him the same way, but I know you are a historian, you evaluate these things. Do you see someone like that who was a major star in more than one territory, one of the biggest stars? You ask a casual fan, name a wrestler, either Archie Goldie in Calgary or the Mongolian Stomper in Knoxville, those may be the answers. What do you think about someone like that?
Well, it's interesting because as a kid, I didn't know the Archie Goldie name, but I knew the Mongolian Stomper, and that he was a big star. Again, I'm pretty impartial on this one because we never saw the Stampede tape in this territory at all, and Archie never worked for that I know of. He certainly never worked for Vern, but he never worked for any of the Winnipeg promoters. I can see the argument being made for Archie Goldie, but part of the problem, I think, also is there's a different way that we look back on heels and a different way we look back on baby faces. And whatever Gouldie's period as a babyface in Calgary was, I mean, he had that rivalry with Dave Rule forever till he pretty much quit Stampede, I think around 1970 or 71 or whatever. His run in the Maritimes where he took the North American title, he was a heel. There's very little babyface Archie Goldie, and I have the feeling that there's a difference in how people approach voting for somebody who they identify as one over the other. And I think it may be harder for heels to get in, to get votes, because you just it's the way to me it might be the way your memory forms around guys. Maybe, and what I'm saying is maybe if I saw Firpo as a heel, I'd have a stronger opinion for him. But I never saw him as a heel. And Goldie, to me, I can see the argument, but I don't. Stampede wasn't a huge drawing territory. So I'm not sure. If the question is Archie Goldie or Dickie Murdoch, that becomes, if that's the dividing line, that becomes very interesting. And at that stage, I would take Archie Goldie because he had crowd heat. He had pure hate. The people purely hated Archie. They hated the Stomper. They wanted to see him lose. He was ruthless. Dickie Murdoch was excellent, but he cheated. He just cheated, I don't think people had the visceral hatred for Dickie Murdoch that they did for Goldie, for instance. I don't know if that is progressive towards answering your question.
And again, with a Dick Murdoch, you could almost look at it from a different perspective. You could say, well, Kenny Omega got in this year. Kenny Omega primarily got in because of the quality of his matches. I think, I'm not all the reporters out there who put him over the top to get into the Hall of Fame. I don't know exactly what they're thinking, but I have to think that the quality of the matches, the 7-star match, these matches with Okada and his various other matches, it's not just Okada. Those matches put him over the top. Does that open the door for someone like Dick Murdoch, who in his prime was one of the best in-ring workers in the business? Do you take another look at someone like Barry Windham, who, although he flamed out relatively quickly, when you really think about it, was one of the top in-ring wrestlers from 1984 to 1988? I mean, does someone like Kenny Omega getting in change the way you look at some of the great in-ring performers of the past?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. And I personally am big on that factor of having great matches. And some people have drawn, in the old days, some guys drew big houses and they weren't great wrestlers. Dutch Savage was not the biggest fan of John Tolis, for instance. When you mention Barry Windham, what immediately pops to mind is if you've got a choice on a ballot between two baby faces of the 80s, Junkyard Dog and Barry Windham, who do you take?
See, I would take Junkyard Dog because I just think the cultural impact in Mid-South wrestling, again, Louisiana was never a high-profile territory. And by the time Bill Watts had it, it was separate from Leroy McGurk's end. You know, there was no more Oklahoma towns for a few years until 1982. But just Louisiana, just Mississippi were put on the map because of the Junkyard Dog. Junkyard Dog and Michael Hayes main evented a Superdome that got over 30,000 people there. Two guys who the rest of the wrestling world said, who? You know, Michael Hayes was, 19 years old? The Junkyard Dog had been Big Daddy Ritter in Stampede, but never done anything. He connected the people in New Orleans, and I say New Orleans, Louisiana, and Mississippi, in a way that very few wrestlers ever connect to a local fan base. And he became a legend. He became a legend beyond wrestling, a cultural legend. I've talked to people there. I've talked to Ricardo Coleman on the 605 Super Podcast about what it was like to grow up in the projects of New Orleans when the Junkyard Dog was at his peak. So, although he was never Barry Windham in the ring, and no one would ever confuse him with being Barry Windham in the ring, and if you put him in there with Barry Windham, I'm sure Barry would have a tough time getting a Barry Windham match out of the Junkyard Dog.
Yeah.
I can't look away from what he meant. He put a territory on the map, and he was the biggest star they had. And if we go past Mid-South and we just look at his WWF run, he was one of the biggest stars of the 1980s to a casual wrestling audience. He was on Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling. His wrestling figure was in every store. I had it as a kid before I was even watching wrestling, when I was just watching the cartoon. He was a name that people outside of wrestling knew. He was a gimmick that was over to people. You know, we could all talk about, God, those mid-'80s, late 80s WWF shows were just horrible. Guys just, you know, that's where the term rest hold really got popularized, were some of those WWF house show matches where the guys are touring every single day, on planes every day, in rings that were pretty hard, and they were working a style that was accordingly fit to that. The Junkyard Dog never had classic matches, but he was over. He was over with those fans. He sold a ton of merch. Vince probably would have cut him loose a lot earlier if he wasn't selling the merch he was. I hate to use that as something to point a candidacy to, just how much merchandise they're moving, but I think using that as part of the overall equation with the Junkyard Dog, I think he has a Hall of Fame run.
I get that, but again, for the wrestlers in the 60s and 70s, you don't have that merch offset as a way of, you know, sort of verifying how over they were. I'm not arguing your point about JY. Believe me, even in this territory, there are a number of friends of mine, vets in this territory, that would not even read The King of New Orleans when I offered it around. They did not believe there was any way that the Junkyard Dog would ever achieve a level of greatness. That book certainly convinced me that he did. It's absolutely undeniable. And I know even from my time in Los Angeles, and what we can now refer to as the turn of the century, JYD was a name people would pop for if it came up. This I think goes back to what Dan referred to in terms of how do you balance some of these factors as we now are, 35 years away from people's primes, and we don't have the right kind of tools sometimes to really measure things. I think JYD, for him to get into the Hall, would be sort of like with Bearcat Wright, would require quite a bit of an education process. But there are a lot of people that just will not hear it because he soured them so bad. When he got into New York, I know that even for us here, when the syndicated tape came on here, that it was hard to see what the big deal was. It was easy to understand why he was over in certain cities and certain crowds, but in terms of in the ring in WWF, he never showed anything that made him stand out to our eye.
One of the things to me is, I was a wrestling fan from 1971. The first time I read an Observer or any kind of inside, quote unquote, dirt sheet was around 1984. I found truthfully that while when I was exposed to how the business worked, that I still had a feeling that's the way it worked prior to that time. I could see things. In San Bernardino, one of the things that I figured out quite quickly is that there was only one dressing room for the heels and the faces to come out of. And I know they used to try to say things like, oh, well, there's a divider back there or whatever. But I knew that was bullshit. I knew there wasn't a divider back there. The guys were all hanging out there together. But the thing is that, and again, I do love the fact that, every Sunday night for several years, I was able to drive 15 minutes away from where I lived and go into this little 1,500-seat arena and watch these legendary stars. And I watched great matches. I watched horrible matches. I watched all kinds of things. I could probably, if you give me 15 minutes, I could probably go through and pull out what matches are my favorite matches of all time. They would be technical matches. They would be matches with work rate and all that stuff and how they were laid out and the psychology to it. But if you ask me what my favorite matches are, the ones that I feel, and that is the ones I sat there and was completely caught up in it and really enjoyed, I can name those off the top of my head because it's just something about that match connected with me. And it doesn't have to be pretty and it doesn't have to be perfect. And it could be a little rough around the edges. That's fine. I think that we don't sometimes take that into consideration anymore. I agree with you, like I said, on the dog and some of the other guys. It's hard when people always say to me, well, what about the, give me your Mount Rushmore for this, like of masked wrestlers. I say, well, no, I can't. Will you let me do it 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s and do it that way? Because that's more fair, I think, in that situation. Because how can you, judge a Masked Superstar and the Destroyer? It's a whole different thing. In every area and every territory was always really very different. And even here in California, the San Francisco area and the Los Angeles area, when you look at the two promoters that ran them, were run just so differently. And you can tell by looking at the matches, even though a lot of them shared guys back and forth. I do think that we really do need, especially now, since we're into we went through territorial wrestling, we went through the big, the big eras, and now we're into corporate wrestling this way, that we really do need to make some adjustments there, because I don't blame anybody who looks at Sergeant Slaughter or the Junkyard Dog or whatever and says, oh, they're really not, my cup of tea. I understand that, but these were guys that people lived and died with. And I do think that emotion and passion is something that should be applied to this. We can't always be in our heads with analytical stuff and with numbers and all that kind of stuff. Once in a while, we have to feel a match. And I've seen a lot of matches that way. And I do believe that, there is a little area. And when I try to do my ballot, I always try to do a little bit of also what I feel, what makes me feel like these guys were important and no one should forget them, that kind of stuff.
Guys, let's talk about another topic before we wrap things up, and that is promoters. And how do we evaluate promoters? I'm looking at our ballots here. All of us voted for Don Owen, and I want to talk about that in a second. Morris Siegel, we all voted for. Marty, you voted for Jim Crockett Jr. Also, Ted Turner, I guess you can classify him as a promoter, although it's beyond that. And the question is, how do we evaluate these guys? My argument for Morris Siegel has been, Paul Bosch is in, Morris Siegel has to be in. Promoted the same town, much longer. There would be no Paul Bosch if there wasn't for Morris Siegel. Should have been in the first class. No brainer to me. I've advocated for Roy Welch being put in. Roy Welch for, 50 years? Had one of the largest territories in the country. There's not a single member of the Fuller or Welch family. It goes into my thought process recently about Southern wrestling is really not represented well in the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame. Don Owen is a tough one, and I voted for him because of the longevity. Although I have to admit, I personally do think about a wrestler's character when voting for them. That's why I refuse to vote for Rocky Johnson. That's why I look at Don Owen, and I don't know for sure, and I never heard anything from anyone else. I mean, Marty, correct me if I'm wrong, but Dean Silverstone, the late Dean Silverstone, in his book, did say that Don Owen was an anti-Semite. And I think about that.
I remember when this came up, Brian, I think you were the one that actually, where you mentioned or somebody mentioned that you had said something, and I was caught quite unawares by it. And having said that, I've never heard anybody, although again, Dutch Savage, who was a bit of a mentor to me really after I got out of the business, but Dutch was not very fond of Dean, but I've never heard anybody say that Dean Silverstone was not a straight shooter in his discussions of, running a I don't know if it was exactly an outlaw territory, but it wasn't exactly an in-law territory in Washington and Idaho. Moondog Moretti was a friend of mine, worked for him. I've never heard anybody say that Dean was a BS artist. And that part about Owen, you and I think, are very much in the same boat. Everybody that I know that worked for him or that aspired to work for him, everybody liked the guy. It's the kind of thing where, to me, I'm not aware of any instance where if a promoter had prejudices that, how do I put this? We're out of step with the best promotional practices, then it gets a little dicier, but it's like, did it ever impact Don's promotion? Don Owen Promotions not to, what? Did he not use Mark Lewin or something? Like, where did we see evidence of it in terms of what he did? He never did an angle that ran down Jewish people or really anybody. I guess there's a lot of angles involving El Madril and Mexicans, I suppose. But that one, I agree with you, is dicey. But on a straight up ballot, to me, Don Owen belongs. And again, as you mentioned, all three of us were in concurrence with regards to Morris Siegel and Stanley Weston as well. But Don, that guy survived. He paid the guys. It was a great territory for the boys to homestead, and he endured. And he was a smart businessman, owning his own business and owning the concessions like that. He's a very smart businessman, and to me, he belongs. But it is the kind of thing where, for guys like me and you, Brian, it's not perhaps the most comfortable X on a ballot.
And it's one that I wish there was more information.
Let me put it this way also. I'm raised Roman Catholic, and I'm not comfortable with it either. It's the idea almost that when you talk to most wrestlers or historians or whatever, of putting a promoter into a Hall of Fame is kind of like, putting up Darth Vader for Man of the Year or something. You very rarely hear any good stories from about any promoters. And I too have, like, from listening to your show, Brian, heard that about Don Owen. But in that situation, that's where I talk to other people, and our good buddy Jim Valley, who is getting better all the time, and I'm very happy about that, has spoken very highly about Don. And I kind of feel like if at this point, I'm willing to go with that if Jim supports him and Jim's comfortable with it, and I truly believe anything that Jim would say, that I'm willing to go with that. Nothing disappoints me more than to hear some of these horrible stories about promoters and stuff, because it's just awful. I mean, the way they took advantage of the boys. Like I said, Morris Siegel, that's a no-brainer. That should have been in the first class. I mean, that was something that should have been done a long time ago. And I think Don is the same way. I think but see, also remember, again, we're running out of promoters. There's going to be, there's going to be some of the old school promoters we can probably get in, and they again deserve, I think, they're not really non-wrestling personalities. I mean, they're a promoter. I can make he's not really a promoter, but you can make a slight case for Ted Turner in many cases, because without them working as the architect, there is no promotion around that. But
and I voted for him last year, but I didn't this year.
Yeah.
Can I make one other point about Don Owen, guys, before I forget? Yeah. I had a brief visit to his territory in the dying days in July of 1989 when I was traveling down to California, and Moretti might have been on the outs with Don that month. But I was around a show in Salem, I guess, and Art Barr was on it. I met the Grappler that night. Was it Peter? Was it Steve Dahl and a guy named Peterson? There's a babyface tag team there. I just can't remember who it was at the time. You guys can picture the era, and if it was known that Don Owen didn't like Jews, the guy I was traveling with, Diamond Timothy Flowers, he would have said so. If it was that known, I guarantee you that Timmy, whether it was to get a rise out of me or to make sure I knew, Tim would have said something. And I was around Tim the whole summer, and we talked about it. Lots of guys went down and met Red Bastien, and I met Jesse Hernandez down in California as we went further south on that trip. But if this is true about Don Owen, it really wasn't known to any. After all these years, you'd think that any of the guys that I worked with that worked on the West Coast, including Ed Moretti, Ed for sure, if he thought there was anything like that, I'm sure Ed would have said something to me. And I had just never heard it. And I just wanted to make that point that it may be true, but in the context of contemporaneous notes, I have nothing. And I was around a little bit, and I was around the guys. So that one is a bit of a mystery in terms of how to approach it. Again, for guys like Brian and myself, where this is a personal subject, it's a bit of a conundrum. But if it provides any assurance, Brian, I never heard any of that ever from anybody that I knew that either worked for Don or was around the West Coast territories.
Well, like I said, I voted for him, and Dan, like you just said, Jim Valley's been a champion for Don Owen for quite a while, and if that's all it took, I hope Jim Valley starts championing the Steiner brothers pretty soon, so we can get Dan to start voting for them. But I guess that's one other issue. How do you look at outside the ring issues? Like I said, I didn't vote for Rocky Johnson. We'll never even consider Rocky Johnson again. If Jimmy Snuka was on the ballot, I wouldn't consider Jimmy Snuka. I wouldn't consider Art Barr. I mean, various people who did some pretty heinous things outside the ring, one way or another. Not every heinous crime is the same, but there are lots and lots of stories. How do you think, or what do you think about outside of the ring issues reflecting upon the candidacy of one of the wrestlers? What do you think, Dan?
I believe that it's something that should be applied because character does matter, even in professional wrestling. I know that's hard to believe for some people, but it really does matter. There are certain guys that were local guys here that I just didn't like to work with because of various things that I had heard about them, or various things I overheard them say in the dressing rooms. I do think, and tell you the truth, there's Mr. Wrestling 2 and Rocky, both I would consider on my ballot early on, but from hearing the different stories about it, I can't really either at this point. I don't think it's possible for me to look at them and then look at them and excuse that and push that aside because it's just something that just needs to be dealt with. And we need to be. It's a sport about putting up a facade, but that's just something you can't look past.
But Dan, how do we deal with Dick the Bruiser then?
Well, Bruiser's already in, right? I mean, in a way, we're stuck. I mean, if that's the case, how do we deal with Chris Benoit? If somebody's in, they're in.
Yeah, and let me stop you there because an interesting point came up in an earlier discussion on this show, which was Chris Benoit's in. Chris Benoit then commits the heinous crime of murder. He murdered his wife, murdered his son before he took his own life. There was then a vote. Should he be taken out of the Hall of Fame? Yeah. And the voters decided to keep him in. Now, someone said this earlier, and I thought it was a great point. If that vote happened today, would the result be the same?
Oh, no way. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't know whether Meltzer would want to even put him on the ballot because of the hard feelings it could cause.
If Dave asked the voters today, should Chris Benoit still be in the Hall of Fame or not, I don't think it would go the same way it did the last time they asked that question. And you could probably apply that to various other people. And, that's where you get that slippery slope. Wrestling, as it's been said, it was a business of outlaws. It was a business of rogues. It wasn't a business of CPAs and, people with MBAs. It was a business of people who may not fit in to other jobs, people on the outskirts of society. There were always exceptions. Pampero Firpo scrapbooked and didn't drink alcohol and cared about his family. There were exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
But it was a business of rogues. The question is, if you're going to judge things on character, what is that line? For me, the line is murder, the line is rape. Those are two lines. If you did it, I can never support you being in the Hall of Fame. Those are my lines. Everyone will have different lines. And, some people will try to justify certain things. But I think, the same way with the Baseball Hall of Fame, character counts. I think the same thing with the Wrestling Hall of Fame. I think even though this is a business built on rogue characters, character counts. And I think we have to look at guys who are in, going back to baseball. And Pete Lederberg talked a lot about baseball in that segment. Ty Cobb is in the Baseball Hall of Fame. He got in overwhelmingly, first class. Now, if that happened now, if he was on the ballot now, would people say, well, this guy did this, and this guy said this, and this guy was a racist, and this guy was this and that? And this would probably be a great question for Tim Hornbaker because he knows his stuff about Ty Cobb. But that's the question. Dick the Bruiser, first class, in the Hall of Fame. Based on the merits of his wrestling career, Hall of Famer. If people were now going back and looking into some of the awful things he may or may not have done, that's where it gets a little bit different, but he's already in. Bill Watts, first ballot Hall of Famer. He was in the Hall of Fame right away. If it was today and he was on the ballot, I don't know if he gets in. I don't know.
Wow, that's a very interesting question, but I've never thought, and I'm not a big Bill Watts fan, by the way, even though he was in the main event of the first live show I went to. So I grew up as a Bill Watts fan. I'm not a big Bill Watts fan ever since I read his book, which I thought had a fair heaping of putting himself over as a big genius. I've never seen Watts as a guy who would be ineligible for a Hall of Fame. That's never crossed my mind, Brian.
Again, we're talking about who's doing the voting.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I've never thought of Watts as crossing a line the way a Benoit situation did.
Personally, I think he should be in there. I think he belongs in there. But I think if he was on the ballot now, people would point to, look at the interview he did in The Torch. And, it's something I know that's really affected him because every time I've talked to Bill Watts, he's wanted to relitigate the fact that he's not a racist. He wants to point out all the things he did for black wrestlers. He wants to point out that he loved Ernie Ladd like a brother. So it certainly affected him. But it is something that I'm sure if he was on the ballot today, people would be spending a lot of time focusing on that. I'm sure if Dick the Bruiser was on the ballot today, to your point, a lot of people will be focusing, what did he do with that girl? What did happen with Dick the Bruiser? And I think those are the kind of things that we're probably going to be thinking more and more about as the business changes and as the people who cover the business change and as the people who are in the business changes. But what do you think, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously going forward, that's something that we should look at. It's like I'll watch an old movie, like say from the 60s or something, and there'll be stuff that's not politically correct in there. And I realize also that, unfortunately, whether you like it or not, that was how society was at that point. So I'm not excusing anything that wrestlers in the past may have done or whatever, but in language and stuff like that and different prejudices. I mean, my God, look at the way that black wrestlers were treated, men and women. In the early days of how this territories went down. I think that you definitely, from here on out, we should be aware of it. We should be knowledgeable of it, and everybody has to make their own decisions based upon what their own feelings are. But I agree with you, Brian. Anything that's physically harmful, like murder, assault, rape, something like that, that's something that I personally can never vote for. And my feeling just is that everybody has to do what they feel is best for themselves and let it shake down and hope it shakes down for the best.
Well, guys, going into next year, obviously there are some names that are going to be added to the ballot. I've said it before, but Okada will be on the ballot. I won't be voting for Okada. I think he's a Hall of Famer, but I'm probably going to abstain from Japan, and I don't think he needs my votes. There are guys who I think need my vote. And I think, we all are in that category. There are guys who need our votes. What do you guys think going forward with the Hall of Fame? Are there any names in particular that you're going to focus on and try to get in? And also, what changes, if any, do you think need to be made to the process?
we don't have another hour to figure out the process.
Yeah.
But I think the thing to do, we talked about, I think we've touched on everything here. Basically that we need to take the historical and the current, and I just don't think you can blend everybody in together and make a cohesive thing. I think that we need to take a look at maybe breaking things down into categories and stuff like that. For next year, the first name that popped to me is Hollywood Blondes, Jerry Brown and Buddy Roberts.
Yeah.
I saw them a whole bunch in the 1970s. And also, this is a good place to put in my personal favorite. If I could have voted 5 times for him this year, I would have. Black Orman and the Great Goliath. I've been on the show and talked about them before. In 1975, I had the privilege of week after week watching Black Orman and the Great Goliath, the last incarnation of the Infernos with J.C. Dykes, and the Hollywood Blondes, Jerry Brown and Buddy Roberts with Sir Oliver Humperdinck on a weekly basis. Some of the biggest heat I've ever seen in small arenas were because of those guys. And those are some of my favorite matches of all time. They weren't 5-star classics, as we're talking about before. They weren't. I saw a Hollywood Blondes, Black Orman and the Great Goliath match that literally the security cops were dragging people away from the ring. The heat was the noise was so loud that the tin roof was rattling. So, I mean, I feel very strongly, again, everybody should vote for Black Orman and the Great Goliath or study them more. And everybody also should take into consideration the original Hollywood Blondes, Jerry Brown and Buddy Roberts.
Marty, before we go to you, I guess this once again raises a question from last year. Should there be a category specific to tag teams?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Because what's going to happen is, Dan and I are on the same page with regards to Gordman and Goliath, who were maybe the one team I was familiar with as a kid growing up that was, big, headlining in Los Angeles. And I'm going to keep voting for them. And I'm also very cognizant, both from California and from the Montreal territory, of how important the Hollywood Blondes gave people, they were good wrestlers, but they were cheating weasels, not like the Vachon brothers, who people maybe not in Quebec, but would hate for, because they're big, rough heels. These guys were weasels, and they were great at it. And they were solid technical wrestlers, and they bumped like nobody's business. So I would very much favor a tag team category, but that might have to be subdivided into tag teams before and after, say, 1990 or something.
Yeah. And I have to also say, Buddy Roberts, people who only know Buddy Roberts from the Freebirds really should, if they can find any tapes or whatever from Hollywood Blondes, watch that, because I know in the mid-70s, the guy was a workhorse. The guy was a stallion. I mean, he was one of, I didn't even know what a good worker was, but I knew looking at Buddy Roberts that there was something there.
The one guy that's added, or one person, not just guys, it's added so far that we know is added to next year's ballot that caught my eye, besides the Blondes, was Dory Dixon, who I don't think will ever get in, but I know he was of great importance in the Capital Wrestling region. I think Chicago also. Not too clear. I think Texas. I'm not too clear where else he started in the States. But in Mexico, boy, is that guy, he is revered for very good reasons by both the boys and the fans. I don't know that he'll ever get the kind of support necessary for Hall of Fame.
What ballot is he going to be on? Is he going to be under the Mexican wrestling cat? I mean, Kenny Omega was under Japanese wrestling. Will Dory Dixon be under Mexico, or will he be under?
That's what I guess.
Yeah,
I believe he is under Mexico. I'm not positive. I believe he is under Mexico.
I would guess that's where. And Dory Dixon, as I said, there's a guy that immediately popped out. And when you talk about the consideration of character and good reputation, Dory Dixon's at the top of the list, man. He is literally revered. Anytime his name, in the time that I was down in Mexico or SoCal, this guy is so respected. And again, the disadvantages outside of a couple of probably the Chicago tapes, I guess, the Fred Kohler tapes. I don't know that there's any. I saw, I just remembered I saw it's probably a movie with Dory Dixon scenes in it, a Mexican movie or documentary, something from around, it looked like 65 or 66. And he was, boy, was he built. And that's the only footage I can think of that I've seen of him at all from his time in Mexico. And it's just a fluke that popped into my head. It flashed in just now. But there's the one guy on that, the one wrestler on that ballot. Nikki Bella will not be getting any consideration for myself, with all due respect. And,
there are now three people on the ballot that I can't even make any. It would have to be. Everybody else would have to be taken off the ballot for me to vote for those three people. So,
do you think Brie Bella saw this and it's like, hey, what the hell? What about me?
Possibly.
Of course.
I don't know how you have one without the other.
On a series. I mean, I think they only work together. I don't see how you separate them. It's like saying, okay, we're going to put in assassin number 2 this year, and we're going to leave out assassin number 1. At that point, it doesn't quite make any sense to me. But
the Bellas, the assassons of the WWE Women's Division.
Yeah, exactly. But definitely, no, Nikki and Stephanie McMahon and the Ultimate Warrior aren't going to get any votes for me at this time. No, I'll go for Spaceman Frank Hickey first.
Well, there it is, part 1 of the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame special for 2020. Part 2 out tomorrow with 3 great panel discussions: Roy Lucier and Fredo Esparza, Greg Oliver and Bertrandy Bear, and the final panel, John Boucher, Brian Solomon, and Alan Blackstock. You're definitely going to want to check this out. Some really scintillating wrestling conversation on part 2. But until then, the 605 Super Podcast is a production of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. For our many guests, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!